Good evening, everybody. We are going to get quite a bit done in Book of Hours, I think, but I do have a small dilemma in the sense that I know a couple people wanted to see what a salon looks like, so I'm not going to delay the start too much, but I would like to take a little bit of time to just sort of warm things up, let people have at least a fighting chance to come into the game or come into the session, and we should be ready to go. I also need to sneeze, so excuse me. I'll actually just send a quick message. Excuse me. All right. We're still on 10J5. I'm going to be sneezing up a storm, I think. And one thing that's probably worth mentioning at the start is I'm going to be having a few... Sorry. There's going to be a few streaming days off, and this is because... Oh, good lord. Okay. Just a second. While sneezing and trying to cover it all up, I've wrecked my glasses. So just a second. Not wrecked, but 1 minute. So I'll probably mention this a couple times during the stream, but basically, with the way the holidays and some of the other commitments that I've had have turned out, next week, starting Monday, so Monday is Thanksgiving in Canada, so I'm going to be most likely taking the day off. The way I kind of look at the holidays is that I give myself the option of taking the day off. And I think this is one of those cases where I would probably prefer to, and I know I've been taking that option more often than not. And this is just because, you know, the same reason that I've been starting streams later. It's been a really intense time at work. Again, I love the work that I do, but I do want to make sure that I have enough gas in the tank to kind of keep me going for a career rather than just this one really intense early period. And that also means, you know, making sure that my hobbies don't become sort of second jobs and taking away from that. So Monday, I'm more likely than not to take that off. And just the way that the schedule wound up working, this Wednesday is the local game dev collective. They meet up in the evening. And usually that coincides with streaming time. There's like I think there's about an hour. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, I actually think I'm ready now. There's about an hour difference, I think, between the start time, but, you know, there's getting home, there's getting to the venue. There's not a whole lot of value in trying to make the stream work when I'm more than likely just going to be running off to the next thing. And I'm hoping, if I can, to present at the next one. So that's a long way of saying that I'm more likely than not going to be taking 2 days in a row off, which is not ideal, but it is sort of the hand I've been dealt this month. The month following is Remembrance Day, which is the 11th, so I believe that will be before the third Wednesday of the month. Actually, I can check that now. Yeah, so November we won't have a case like that. So again, I want to try and give as much advance notice of that as I can. I try, you know, I don't mind taking the time off the stream. I do mind not letting people know, because I realize that people do value the consistency, and I appreciate it when people hang out. Other than that, what else? The YouTube series. So the streams for, or rather the stream, and then just the 2 parts that I had to divide it up to, those are now on YouTube. So a very warm reception to that. That will form the start of the House of Light playthrough on YouTube. So that is a different run from this particular one. And those, as of Monday, should be half-hour episodes or thereabouts on Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So especially for those of you that want to see what the game is like from the very start, those would be good for you. And then I'll continue on until we finish this run here. But I think after I finish this particular run of House of Light, which I certainly have no intention of rushing, I'll probably move back to some more variety. And I think that's it as far as the housekeeping is concerned. So one big thing that we did on the last stream, and I do actually feel a little bit bad about this because I think Oswin Meow made a good point that I was talking about the different things. I was talking about the different skills that I was working with, but I didn't really have any visuals on the screen, and so that it wasn't the easiest to follow. But essentially I've mapped out kind of where I would like to take everything in the Tree of Wisdoms. Now there are some options in terms of changes and whatnot, but for now I'm going to take that as my current plan, and we'll move forward with that. Hello, Zero, is it Zero Gree? Always good to see you. I believe those are, I think I've been trying to keep track of how you open. I think you use different emotes each time you come in, although there's usually a wave. In any case, always a delight to see your animated emotes, and thank you for stopping by. I believe you're the first one in. Okay, so we're going to feed the chicken. We've got about a minute before all of the guests arrive, and I think I want to start the salon as soon as I can, so there's not a whole lot that I can do in between, but we'll make do. All right, satisfy this creature's appetite. Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one cooperative. Now, one thing I can do is, okay, we are doing help with letters. I can sort of afford the whist. The one small shame is that we do have fog today, which is normally good for Moth and Knock, but I don't want to use up my elements of the soul until we know how the salon's going to go. And in this case here, we've got a nice big one. We don't have the Secretary Persistent yet, but we do have 5 visitors and 5 pretty interesting ones. So I did make an effort to try and boost up my elements of the soul. It would be nice to have more core, or more Shapt for that matter as well. But I feel like we've got enough to give us a fighting chance of doing a good full salon. And then, of course, if it doesn't work out, we have another season. But I did want to get this one done fairly early, simply because I do have I don't have a full I don't have kind of a full season to digest the element or the lessons learned. And I do know that those lessons are the lessons are more likely than not, or sorry, Enuma is more likely than not to show up. And so I will potentially lose those lessons if I don't manage my time well. All right, we've got a replacement Domain Reveline, so we're in good shape there. An afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So we've got a few whist which will be tied up. We've got 2 fatigued right now, and then in 30 seconds we'll have another one. So we definitely want to recover at least one of these. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. And here we go. Mr. Peter Agdistis, musician, mystic, impresario. Agdistis was a dancer once. One cannot see him without knowing it. The wound in his thigh keeps him from the stage, but every movement still has the cadence of a prayer. MCO Constance Lee, Connie has risen swiftly in the Suppression Bureau to the exalted rank of Constable Oculate Minor. don't get in her way. There is something I kind of want to test with Connie, and I feel a little bad that I'm going to do this. I'm going to try this now. So so we have a rather interesting scenario with Connie. So this was the insinuating filaments. The business at Gladwin Lake was the work of the Ostorium, a noble institution that preserves what would not otherwise be preserved, or a creepy pack of Peruvian fungus wizards, depending on preference. Intentionally or not, this has brought the Ostorium and the Suppression Bureau into a new alliance, to the great unhappiness of Connie Lee. So if we bring in... Now, if we put Peter Egdistis, I don't think that does anything, but with Connie Lee... Oh, interesting. So we can conclude... Oh, right. No, we already knew this. So if we do conclude... Forget the matter, let Connie make up her own mind. The librarian probably shouldn't get involved with the inner workings of the Suppression Bureau. So this we don't make a choice. And then help Connie decide. I'm thinking about resigning. There are always compromises there are always compromises at this level, but this is a new kind of compromise. On the other hand, if I stay, I can make a difference. If I leave, I give up that power. Librarian, if you have something on the Bureau's history, achievements, triumphs, mistakes, some books will convince Connie to stay, others will convince her to leave the Bureau and indeed the game. So I don't think I can just bring... I think I have to bring a book into my inventory for this, so I can't bring anything in. So the reason why I did the save was I am slightly curious what happens if I just put a random book in. I'm wondering if that ends the event or if it just tells you, get serious. So normally I like kind of committing things, but this is or committing to things without, having an escape. But in this case, I'm going to give myself I almost gave her glimmerings. This is actually a one related to the Suppression Bureau. So let's do... I'm trying to really think of something that would be completely unrelated to the Suppression Bureau and its work. This one was kind of interesting because this is arguably one of the more favorable depictions of collars. I was actually kind of debating on giving her this one winner. Okay, Bancroft Diaries I think would probably be the best candidate for an unrelated to the Suppression Bureau choice. So again, I'm not committing to this at all. I'm going to reload after doing this. T. Now I'm really messing with it. So I'm not going to commit this. Okay. And then presumably this would be one that would give some sort of a response, but I don't know if this is going to signal to me that I've made a particular... Yeah, so I need to hit continue before... So apologies if that was immersion breaking, but this is my chance to... Oh, interesting. It's a quiet gray through a... Rest and refreshment. Quiet gray light through a quiet gray window. That's a nice description. All right. So as fun and enlightening as that was, I do. So I'm in this weird spot when it comes to. Hello, Prosciutto Fist. Very good to see you. We were working. So I guess you don't know that much about House of Light. I did just want to take a minute here and highlight. So there are the further stories in the game. So you'll remember that you have these events that happen in the world. So one of the examples of these would be the matter of counterfeit memory. But what House of Light has done is it's extended these so that you can actually have sort of follow-on consequences. So the one that we have right now, we took an intermediate step. So this isn't necessarily the only option, but the insinuating filaments, the business at Gladwin Lake, was the work of the Ostorium, a noble institution that preserves what would not otherwise be preserved, or a creepy pack of Peruvian fungus wizards, depending on preference. Intentionally or not, this has brought the Ostorium and the Suppression Bureau into a new alliance, to the great unhappiness of Connie Lee. You don't know anything about this game, just bridge. So if we talk with Connie, now this wasn't the only option, but we did decide to go with Connie on this one. Help Connie decide. I'm thinking about resigning. There are always compromises at this level, but this is a new kind of compromise. On the other hand, if I stay, I can make a difference. If I leave, I give up that power. Librarian, if you have something on the Bureau's history, achievements, triumphs, mistakes, some books will convince Connie to stay, others will convince her to leave the Bureau and, indeed, the game. So my current feeling on this right now, I've got a couple of books that I think might be related. So there is Glimmerings, an anonymous prison diary written by a dreamer convicted of oniric irresponsibility and confined to the Kukurbit. By the way, you'll have to play Cultist Simulator for this, but I believe Connie Lee is canonically a feminist. I think I can bring up the... Let me see. There's a tool called the Frangiclave, which the community has built. That's like a database of all the cards. I think I have an idea for how I can get this. Yes, here we go. Okay. Okay, I will actually leave it, I will leave it to your judgment here. Here's the official description. Connie Lee, the heiress, suffragist, and adventurer. She's recently put her chaotic enthusiasms to considerable wealth at the service of the Suppression Bureau. So she is a suffragist. And now Connie has risen swiftly in the Suppression Bureau to the exalted rank of Constable Oculate Minor. Don't get in her way. So we have the anonymous prison diary written by a dreamer convicted of oniric irresponsibility and confined to the Kukurbit. We have the Kukurbit Prisoner Records 1927, accounts by Governor Collar's private secretary of interventions and experiments in the last years of the Kukurbit prison, focusing particularly on prisoners he believes might have Carapace Cross lineage. So this is the one that describes the transformation of two. So there's one who is sort of brought back to a Carapace Cross state and suffocates, and then another one is released. And I think we may actually find it below. I don't know if it's the same individual, but I have a feeling it might be down here. Suffragist? I believe this is related to women's suffrage, like getting the vote. Or it's suffragette, not suffragist. Oh, I just made. I'm sorry, prosciutto. Sorry, prosciutto. I just mansplained women's suffrage to you. I'm a feminist, and this makes me very angry. You meant the Cultist Simulator stuff, so like the Suppression Bureau, because I can give you a small, primer on that if you're looking. Okay, yeah. Well, technically, the Suppression Bureau isn't introduced in the game, in this game, except through the Nocturnal branch. So, first of all, I'm sorry, bro, because obviously you would have known. I've been having from the Wikipedia race to chat right now. I've apparently been completely misreading all of your messages and failing to appreciate what what you're asking. Some of this, I don't want to say this is going to be too spoilery, but I'm going to avoid some of the details in terms of what went on here. So there's in terms of the history of Hush House, I think you already know that there are. I'll do it chronologically. There's the Solar period, there's the Dawn period, the Solar Gothic period. I might as well read the description. So we've got Dawn. Oh, there we go. 599 AD is the traditional date of the first foundation here, sometimes called the Abbey of the Black Dove, sometimes the Abbey of the White Crow, but the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot first built their temples here much earlier than that. We have got the Solar Gothic period. From the 11th to the early 16th century, the Sisters and Brothers of St. Brendan's dwelt on the Isle. It was a holy place, a wealthy place, and a center of learning, though a surprisingly obscure one. Then, in 1534, the Bronze King Henry dissolved the foundation, exiled the Brethren, and gave the Isle to the family de Wolf. Now, it's worth mentioning that some of these rooms will actually describe the events in a bit more detail. So, Servants' Hall. Hendrik de Wolf, first Baron Brankrug, was granted Hush House after the dissolution of Brendan's by Old Coppernose, King Henry VIII. In an act of unusual generosity for that tight-fisted king, the grant came with the title of Baron and the right to sicut regale, like a king, the quasi-independence traditionally accorded to marcher lords. Hendrik was clearly determined to live as befitted his new rank, and he expanded the house accordingly to support sufficient staff. And there's a few other references to Henry VIII here. So I'm hoping, as a historian, though not a hostorium, but I'm hoping this will tickle your historian funny bone, and you may find renewed interest. And of course, there's Hendrik himself. But yeah, so there's actually some more details in terms of the house and its history, not just in the descriptions of the periods, but actually the rooms themselves. Oh dear. I said I'm sorry. Go wandering heartless. Daily Daybreak, wonderful to see you too. I hope you're doing well. Now I know what it's like to have me in in your chat, and it's not fun at all. All right. Prosciutto Fist is finally giving me my comeuppance. Nothing worse than bumping your historical funny bone against the table and having that horrible historical pain go shooting along the length of your historical arm. So, let me take a quick minute here, because we've got two streamers that I have a tremendous fondness for, although one is rapidly falling in my estimation. We have got the lovely Prosciutto Fist inside of the channel here. And one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about some of the history stuff with Pro is that she has been doing some really interesting history streams on her channel every Wednesday. And she's been trying out some different things. So she's been trying out some different subjects. She's been trying some more freeform as well as more research. She's had some where she'll rely on videos on YouTube, others where it's her own research. And I really admire the work that she's doing. Number one, because I actually think that I just think this stuff is really interesting, and I like it when people push themselves outside of their comfort zone, or even in this case, perhaps into her comfort zone, because I do know her background as a historian. But on top of that, I actually really like that she has been sticking with it, even when there have been some times where the viewership is a bit lower than what you might expect. Because I can appreciate, as somebody who doesn't have a very large audience, how discouraging it can be when you do something really special and it doesn't land. It is one of the easiest ways to sort of kill something before it's ready to go. Because sometimes it just needs a while to find its audience, or it needs to go through. But it's just one of those things where if you just feel like it's dying on its feet, it's very hard to keep pushing with that. So as someone who can sort of empathize with the lows, but as somebody who has been present for some of the highs, in the sense of, like, she really knows how to deliver this stuff. I really wanted to just take the moment and highlight that. She is a wonderful variety broadcaster who I'm actually very happy that I originally found through Book of Hours, but has done a whole bunch of other stuff. I know she really loves The Witcher, which she has done at least once. But, really has been putting in the work on her stream, and definitely somebody who I'm always eager to see try new things, but also I'm kind of there to help celebrate the successes, although in my traditionally trolly way, where I never actually just say a simple good job. Usually it has to be couched in my, highly masculine and armored senses. But Pro is a really special streamer, and definitely somebody who I encourage all of you to check out, particularly because I do know that she will be streaming Book of Hours in future. And not to be outdone, Delude Daybreak, who is always a lot of fun to have in chat, and somebody who found us through Rift of the Necrodancer. Now, I know from my understanding, Delude is currently on a little bit of a break from streaming, but definitely somebody also worth following. And I've actually got the weird position where I don't believe I've ever seen Delude play Rift of the Necrodancer, although I know that she streams it better than I do. I had a great time with it, not least of which because of Delude's presence. But I've really been enjoying her run through Morrowind and Oblivion. And some of you may recall that I used to have these pre-recorded videos which would go up on Tuesdays, both on YouTube and on Twitch, where I've played as the same Dunmer from Arena to Oblivion. Excuse me. I knew that was going to be a problem. But yeah, keeping that voice for a 3-hour broadcast is a tough one. But being able to watch Delude go through the Elder Scrolls games and remembering how that was sort of my opportunity to finally appreciate those games and see what people got into them, that has been a real highlight of Delude streams. Although again, a variety broadcaster, somebody who's a lot of fun to have both inside of chat and to be present inside of her channel. So two really, really wonderful streamers who always make me feel a little bit better for having inside of my own chat, but also a couple of people who I really strongly recommend checking out. Although maybe today I didn't feel so good about having Prosciutto chat in my Prosciutto Fist inside of my chat, because she not just pointed out my explanation about her rights, but clipped it for all eternity. That was my own fault. But you took the photo. Anyways, so let's talk a little bit about the house. So we have the baronial period. In the 16th century, the de Wolf family became the Barons Brandkrug, governing the Isle as their personal estate until 1759, when their line ended in madness and death. And then that went into the Curia period. In the 18th century, a secretive cabal of scholars established the Curia of the Isle to manage Hush House, making it a haven of knowledge until 1896, when a disgraced librarian brought the house to penury. Who was that disgraced librarian? The Flood Gallery. Thirza Blake, 7th librarian of the house, extended this space, decorating it with semi-precious materials and filling it with the finest art Hush House's money could buy. Of course, after her enthusiasms brought the house to the brink of penury, much of it had to be sold off. Queen. After that, we get to the Nocturnal period. By the beginning of the 20th century, an unwise librarian's enthusiasms had brought Hush House to penury. Nocturnal Branch, later the Suppression Bureau, stepped in to offer an arrangement. Hush House received funding but submitted to yearly inspections, and also surrendered a portion of the Isle for the branch's prison. I will, before talking about the Suppression Bureau, which is what Pro was originally asking about rather than the right to vote, I will say that one of the things that is the most exciting about House of Light is that you are essentially founding the next era in Hush House's history. The Curia of the Isle is long gone. Once it helped preserve a little knowledge and a kind of safety here in Brandkrug and established the position of librarian. Rowena, secretary persistent of the Curia, a complex entity who has long protected Hush House, is both exhausted and compromised. And so it is time for the librarian to return the favor and establish a successor to the Curia. Help visitors pursue their goals and develop their agendas. When you've found 6 suitable candidates inspired by agendas, you can suggest they found an organization that's a worthy successor to the Curia of the Isle. But we were talking about the Suppression Bureau, so there was the Nocturnal Branch, and the indication here is that Nocturnal Branch eventually became the Suppression Bureau. Exhausted and compromised sounds like my brain right now. Maybe not compromised, but definitely exhausted on my side. I'm enjoying some coffee as part of this stream. But you may recall, Pro, that the game makes constant references to the fire. But it never actually gives any evidence of it. You start seeing that evidence once you get to the Kukerbet, the prison. So the Lesser Bridge, Brandkrug Jail, built in 1896 at the behest of Nocturnal Branch to contain troubles unseemly and occult. A mere 6 years later, after the Ortuccio incident, the branch came itself to be considered unseemly and occult, and its functions were absorbed into the Suppression Bureau, but the jail still stands. Over the gate is the Bureau's motto, Alice si licet, tibi non licet, commonly rendered as, it is permitted to us, it is not permitted to you. So in the game, both in, and then here it is, to us it is permitted, to you it is not permitted, the motto of the Suppression Bureau. In the world of the game, Cultist Simulator takes place before Book of Hours, but you play basically kind of the villain in a H.P. Lovecraft, story. And so the people who come after you very often are members of the Suppression Bureau. And so it is this government organization. What's interesting about it is it does not necessarily seem to say that all elements of the occult are forbidden. It does, however, determine what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, and it will pursue and usually imprison people who are on the wrong side of that. And of course, the motto sort of summarizes it all. Now, the Ortuccio incident it's mentioned in the game, but it never comes out and says it. If you want, I do have that letter that we've read before, which seems to indicate a little bit more about the Ortuccio incident. But in this case here, the Suppression Bureau, the idea here would be that these are government-sanctioned occultist hunters. And in fact, the Detective Legacy allows you to play a member of the Suppression Bureau. So that's all that I meant by that there. Out of curiosity, I have been waiting just so people could get a chance to see the salon. I figure we've gotten enough time, but would anybody like me to read the letter that seems to outline a bit more about the Ortuccio incident? Because I do actually think that it's relevant to that alliance with the Ostorium. But if we want to save that for another time, I'm happy to do that as well. I'll let the visitors arrive while we wait, get an answer for that. Zachary Wakefield. Marksman, detective, renegade. He has always been a quiet man, but since he left the Suppression Bureau, he has grown even quieter and terribly still, except for his fingers and for his eyes, always in restless motion. Arthur Moore incoming? Did Arthur Moore receive my invitation? Lieutenant Arthur Thomas Moore retired. Hero, pilgrim, traitor. He'll always be a soldier, but never again can he be only a soldier. Hit People Guy, thank you very much for the bits. If that was just an act of generosity, thank you for that. If you have something that you wanted me to read as a result of that, let me know and I will do my best. Valakhaima, Huntress, Gourmier, occasional bureau consultant. When it can't be killed and it really needs killing, Khaima's the one that they turn to. Now, there is the question as to whether or not I want to... there may be an argument for me to try and resolve issues with Connie Lee right now, but I'm going to try and be patient on that. I will see... Oh, right, we're feeding Terrence. A full belly makes a helpful friend. This beastie is now inclined to cooperate. All right, so we've got everybody ready for the salon. Delude says, I wanted to say that I'm a little nervous. Tomorrow you are purchasing the materials for the final version of my costume. Oh, up until now, my mistakes in this process have been mostly without consequence. Yes, but now you're putting the money on the line. So I should mention, I should have said this before. Delude Daybreak has got a wonderful costume idea. She's going as Sheogorath from the Elder Scrolls games. Presumably, you're basing that outfit off of Oblivion. Feel free to elaborate to the rest of chat if you want. But good luck. I know you are putting a lot of effort into this, and I think you're going to do very well. But I also understand the nervousness of, of kind of getting to those points of no return. So, 12 pence, or if you prefer, 1/20th of a pound. Is that how much 25 bits translates into Hit People Guy? But no, best of luck to you, Delude. I think you're going to do very well, but measure twice, cut once. At the same time, I am thrilled to see this come to fruition by your own hands, and yes, it's the Oblivion version. Excellent. Now you're gonna do great. All right. Tea time. My guests take their places for elevensies. Keep an eye on the salon as it progresses. You will need to add soul cards to encourage the conversation to flow. Different guests will need different soul cards. The more guests, the longer the salon will last. So just a reminder here, we are serving a boiled egg, neatly packed nutrition, pale as December dawn. Egg croquettes, come for the crunch, stay for the nourishment. Onion soup, just enough tang to tantalize. Roast beef, our fathers of old were robust, stout, and strong, and kept open house with good cheer all day long, which made their plump tenants rejoice in this song. Oh, the roast beef of Old England and Old English roast beef. Henry Fielding, the Grub Street Opera, and knot cake, according to the ancient pattern. We were serving Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam, tea from the land of the real unicorn, imported by Cater and Hero, witching to sane, to mend a broken heart, to color a pale soul. And Blue Crown tea, always served cold, more accurate to say, inevitably served cold. And we are serving this in the Hall of Voices. Here, the higher initiates of the threefold mysteries would meet to manage the affairs of the Black Dove and to resolve its disputes. Here, they voted to blind and expel the Chorates of the Thunderskin, who had trespassed in the inner chambers and spied upon the mysteries. From that time on, the rites of the Thunderskin were not permitted on the Isle, and the sacred drums fell silent, but the waves still beat in the bones of the rock, even now that the slow pulse comes. My guests take their place for elevensies. Keep an eye on the salon as it progresses. You will need to add soul cards to encourage the conversation to flow. Different guests will need different soul cards. The more guests, the longer the salon will last. Let's try and make this. I want to see the activities while also having the... It's a bunch of people disappointed. You're all invited. You're invited for the stream. Exalted Debates, a more somber tone. Add a Fost card. So we've got 5 time on that. Zachary and Kaima will talk about how it is we'll talk about how it is when the hunt ends, the uneasy space before the next begins. Conversation ebbs and flows. Inject a little gaiety. Lively chatter. Add a core card. Better now. Yep, we're still good. Again, I don't want to commit any elements of the soul until we know how the salon's going to turn out. Connie and Igdistis, unexpectedly, are discussing oronoscopy. She's intrigued by the ways in which the dance of the hours and of the heavenly bodies might serve as a source of horomechanic information. Igdistis is nonplussed, but he does his best to keep up. Connie mentioned oronoscopy in a way that might encourage Igdistis to follow up. These two might say something else on the matter if you invite them both back for another salon. So, with that in mind, we're going to make sure that Connie, Wakefield, and Igdistis are in each of our salons moving forward. Wistful asides, instinct and emotion, add a tryst card. So we have three more timers. I think this means that we're going to be able to do or no, it doesn't, because we've only got one core. Arthur and Connie are rather stiffly discussing the new king's projects. Both of them seem wary of each other. There was one other thing I forgot to mention. We're not going to be able to do anything with it now, but the Labyrinth's prisoner, Lieutenant Moore, has made Abykassis, the altered Labite, a prisoner of the Labyrinth. Abykassis has been suckling from Echidna, the mother of monsters, and Echidna has been angered by his capture. So we can resolve Arthur's predicament by giving him a copy of, I believe it is Deoris, but we don't actually have that in this. So, and yes, Hit People Guy. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to delay a little bit before doing the salon, because there's a lot going on here, and it's super cool. Exalted Debates, a more somber tone, add a Faust card. Looking good. Kaima and Connie are talking very quietly about the 7 Alukites who comprise the Legia Club. Conversation ebbs and flows, wistful asides, instinct and emotion, add a tryst card, and I think this means that we will have every challenge in the salon dealt with. And our package has arrived. Kaima and Zachary discuss regrets, one hunter to another, so that's another Ragged Crossroads. A lively chat concludes. My guests leave happy. You've gained an additional potent memory. So there were a few interesting details on this one, but definitely the real highlight of this was to get another indicator in terms of the invitations that I'm going to want to add. So, out of all of that, we've got the Lively Salon marker. You've held a Lively Salon. Use this marker to remind you that you can't hold another salon until next season. We've got a Satisfaction memory, an Enduring reflection. Ooh, that's good. So Ragged Crossroads, Wolf Stories, Disciplines of the Hammer, Oronoscopy, and another Ragged Crossroads. So if in an ideal world, we will use all of these before the end of the season. And we don't have a ton of time, but we definitely have a chance of making this work. So I'm going to go back to my... Does anybody have any questions about this, by the way? Because I know... Excuse me. I know this was something that we were working towards yesterday. Unwrap, unbox, unleash. In terms of inviting, some people require more than others. So Prosciutto Fist's favorite, Hokebald of Posend, actually requires Orpiment Exultant. He requires an Incastum Terminale for his invitation, otherwise he doesn't show up. Yes, so the salon, everybody eats everything in the salon, so we will need replacements. Now, the way that I've worked this out is that I I have like one of everything that I know how to make in the house already, and you can kind of see them strewn around. So we have the sea pie, once a treat for sailors, hence the name. We've got moli au jus. This has been called moth, but delicious, but perhaps we all will be at the end. We have a jugged pheasant, the hunter's reward. We've got a floating island, vanilla, custard, and meringue, landscaped and carameled, a Claridge's specialty. Vegetable stew, unexciting, but also unobjectionable. The roast beef, which we read the description of before. A stuffed dark marrow. This was a marrow with secrets. Now it's a dish for misties. Oh, apparently I have put the bread in the wrong place. Well, you know what? I'm gonna take advantage of this for now, but we've got roast potatoes. You really need rosemary for roast potatoes, but fortunately the kitchen garden at Hush House has never been short on rosemary. Scrambled egg with bacon. Scrambled eggs were the breakfast of empire. In these less hegemonic times, empire is optional, as is bacon. Hello, Sylvia. Delude says, slightly unrelated, but tangential to Stargazy Pie, what is your favorite fish to eat? What is your preferred method of preparation for said fish? I'm not a very good cook, Delude, so I do tend to like salmon, although it doesn't have to be, like, I'm kind of indifferent. Like, I'm happy with rainbow trout, happy with, the Pacific, obviously Pacific salmon because I'm from BC, but I live out closer to the east now, so I'm not like married to it. But definitely I enjoy a good salmon. Yeah, well, I mean, you can if you want, and in fact, I am going to want to try and level something up to level 5 and not commit it. I don't think I have any of those quite yet. But you have another tool, and in fact, it is nice that you are able to invite people over for a salon to get lessons, just because I feel that it gives you a little bit more to look forward to, rather than Numa, where you're sort of stressing out over what you can break and reconstitute. Where were we? Oh, crusty bread. No description, just use a bread with knife and mushrooms, ham, pilchards, or other savory things, or add apples and spice for a classic English pudding. Rosehip sponge cake. Rosa rugosa, the beach rose, is often regarded as a foreign interloper on European shores, but this cake is a strong argument for our hospitality. The baked apple meringue. Harvey Hattington, during his convalescence at the house, was so obsessed with meringuing techniques that he was ultimately banned from the kitchen. Magnificent roast potatoes. It's the dripping that elevates it. The roast potatoes are a feast for the senses, but the dripping deepens the flavor profile, makes the experience continue through the machinery of the mouth to become a kind of journey. Delude says you grew up in a coastal fishing town in the American Southeast, so fried fish was very common, but I have a fondness for broiled salmon. Grilled tuna steak is also good. Ooh, yes, I do also like a good tuna steak. Stuffed pale marrow. This was a marrow redolent of sorrow. Now it's a dish to comfort the damned. Toffee pudding, decadent in summer, comforting in winter. Fudge, possibly the best description of fudge you will ever see. All the bad things doing a good thing. Blackberry sponge cake, light sweet sponge cake, and the taste of autumn hedgerows. Plum croutons, one should never make this with plums that are not ripe enough to eat. One is quite serious. Apple, now I don't know if it's Charlotte or Charlotta, but a classic English pudding of apples stewed with cinnamon and layered with crisp golden bread. Roast pheasant, best when roasted upside down to start, but turned right way up before the end. Apple pie, flaky, buttery crust, tart sweet apples with cinnamon and nutmeg. Cold pheasant with grape salad. This was the sort of dish you might expect to find for a late supper after the theater or halfway through a ball. Arbella Boxer. Baked pear meringue. Harvey Haddington, during his convalescence at the house, became obsessed with meringuing techniques. He was known to sneak down to the kitchens and interfere with the cooks in pursuit of this ideal. We have got the Walls of Ypres, a frankly insensitive name that commemorates the inundation of that fabled city. The knot cake, according to the ancient pattern. Honey-haunted pumpkin pie. Harvey Haddington, perennially suspicious of the Blomberende kind and their cuckoo honey, nevertheless championed pumpkin pie made with cuckoo honey as the herald of savor. We have got stuffed acrid marrow. This was not a marrow conducive to harmony. Now it's a dish for warriors. Cornish honey cake. Under no circumstances should this ever be confused with Devonshire honey cake, which everyone in Brandkrug could instantly identify as an inferior variation. Pumpkin pie. Take a pound of pumpkin and slice it, a handful of thyme, a little rosemary, a sweet marjoram stripped off the stalks. Chop them small, then take cinnamon, nutmeg, pepper, and a few cloves, all beaten. Hannah Woolley, a gentlewoman's companion. Fried mushrooms on toast. You can do great things with these. You can do great things with these with a simple white sauce with black pepper, but sometimes you're just hungry. Madeira cake. In the 18th century, one would have a slice of this in the morning with a glass of Madeira, fortified wine from the Madeira Islands, volcanic yet lush, rugged yet balmy, bright with the calls of sandpipers and firecrests. This is the 20th century. We have afternoon tea now. We don't drink fortified wine at 10 o'clock in the morning. No more sandpipers. No more firecrests. But the cake's still good. Almonds. Yeah, Delude, I've commented on this before, but one of the things I really appreciate about the writing in this game is that it is very funny. There are some really fun lines in this. However, unlike me, it also knows a certain restraint. So where I tend to go full clown quite early on, I think Prosciutto Fist's Discord is probably a good example of this. This one allows itself to be funny without ever letting it upstage the merits of the game. So I think this is also just because the writer behind this is considerably more talented than me. So in this case, they have the confidence in their ability to be funny while still keeping the tone consistent. But it's I'm always happy when people identify it. And yes, I know some of you have already seen the descriptions, but I figure at this point I might as well make everyone hungry. Pilchards on toast, triply crunchy. Pickled mackerel. Pickling is a kind of afterlife. What comes after afterlife? This is always a good one. Mushroom meringue. What in the wolf divided's most splintered name hath here been wrought? One winter pudding. Steamed spring vegetable pie. Originally a product of Lord Berners' kitchens at Farringdon House, favoured by Herbie Percy, the mad boy, Berners' companion, who inlaid the floor of his changing room with pennies and built steps up to his swimming pool. Pickled mushrooms were already in the game, but you can make them now. Pickled mushrooms, you'll learn to like them. We have got... Surely we have an apple pie here somewhere. Ham and cheese toasty, breakfast, lunch, or emergency. Stargazy pie. We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. Oscar Wilde, Lady Windermere's fan. King's Luck Pie, Thurza Blake always insisted on calling it the Great Pie of Power to the lasting annoyance of her peers. Ham and egg casserole, tasty and filling. Game chips. Long before fish and chips, these went crunchily with game. Ideally, you'd want bread sauce and breadcrumbs to complete the ensemble, but honestly, it's hard enough not to just stuff these directly into your mouth. Mushroom and potato bake. Collars tried out a variation on this as Cucurbit prison fare. It was tasty, but allegedly he was also interested in the connection between the modulation of the taste of mushrooms and the suppression of the crowned growth. How you doing, Bunkles? Sorry, I don't know if I said hi or not. Marinated roast beef. But since we've learnt from all vaporing France to eat their augustes as well as to dance, we're fed up with nothing but vain complacence. Oh, the roast beef of Old England and Old English roast beef. Henry Fielding, the Grub Street Opera, so this is the marinated roast beef. Leek soup, a milder taste than onion soup, but no less warming. Onion soup, just enough tang to tantalize. Pear pie, flaky buttery crusts, luscious pears with cinnamon and nutmeg. We just finished a salon, so doing all right. Ham and potato bake, filling and tasty. We have the game pie, pheasant or snipe or woodcock or rabbit, and tasty pastry. Poached mackerel. We do not poach fish in Brankrug without recalling the turbot crisis of 1786, when Dr. Westcott caught a prodigious turbot and required the kitchen to poach it for him without division, but no vessel of sufficient size could be found to poach it entire. At last, they resorted to alchemical assistance. Mackerel, fortunately, requires no alchemy for its poaching. Kedgeree, a wonderfully versatile dish favored for breakfast by the sons of the lark and for supper by the daughters of the owl. Egg croquettes, come for the crunch, stay for the nourishment. I could have sworn we made an apple pie. Apparently not, though, so I'll have to work that out. And apparently Yorkshire pudding is also a thing in this game, which I have not yet made. But I believe that is all the food that I have made in the house so far. Oh, hang on. I was also I got all worked up about the food, but I did not okay. So did the guests have any special interactions? Connie and Peter Agdistis seem to have some kind of bonding over oronoscopy. So this means that Wakefield, Connie, and Agdistis will show up to the next salon, I think. All right, so in terms of unlocking new areas, so there was Nyctodromy. We want Nyctodromy 7. I'm actually going to write these down. Horamachistry 4 and 5, it looks like. And actually, I think that opens up everything that we were looking for. At that point, we start kind of committing things on their proper paths. So for Nyctodromy, 7 was going to be Sickle and Eclipse. For Horamachistry, I don't think I were... Oh, no, I did. So Bells and Brageries. And Inks of Power. Which I'll admit I felt a little insecure about, but I can see the logic. And then, of course, we always have the option of leveling these things up later, but... Okay, so Inks of Power needs 2 rows or 2 scale. So what I'm thinking is if we find a simple rose or scale book... Yeah, so I'm thinking Just Verse would actually be a good candidate for this. Okay. So that gets our Inks of Power up to 4. And that's the wolf story spoken for. Next up would be Bells and Brazieries. So the good news there is we can use Disciplines of the Hammer and Aronoscopy. That will eventually be level 5. And then the question is, what do I want to do with the Ragged Crossroads? But I don't need to worry about that right now. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take care of the Inks of Power first. So to get that leveled up, we need Rose and Scale. Now the good news is we've already got a Confounding Parable, which we can apply here. And I'm thinking maybe what I will do is I'll use the Earth sign. And the reason for that is the Earth sign is, that's something I can start reading right away. So we'll take the Arab. We'll read Wrapped in the King. So that gets that up to level 2. Now the other thing I want to do is read Just Verse as soon as possible because it may take us through the night. Actually, you know what? It's probably better for me to just leave it aside. I should probably just leave that one be. But we can work on Bells and Brazieries. So that one needs Forge and Sky. So I think there what we can do is we can use... actually, we can just use the Perugian Diaries and the Beguiling Melodies. So we'll set aside a medal for that and a health for... No, we don't need the health for the wolf stories. We can use the... Yeah, so that's Inks of Power. Bells and Brazieries. If I try another Bells and Brazieries, we would need 3. So a Pattern, a Foresight, and a... Don't know what yet, but I'll figure it out. So Foresight, I don't even remember. I think we did Journal of Walter de Wolf, so we'll go on to Vinzant's Minglings. Here we'll use the Shapt, and again I'm looking for a pattern, so I'm trying to remember where I started. I think I'm just going to start with Advice on Containment here. And Regret has Forge, so we'll use one of those. So Keonid Abydos is an option, but we may have others. Oh, actually it is Keonid Abydos. Okay. So that will be the Bells and Brazieries spoken for. And I think that actually covers what we need. So the last thing for me to do is to take all of this and try and turn it into something productive. So we will go fishing. We'll try and get something from a walk on the moor. Once I open up my packages, I can make some more food. And in the... I think the... One of the things that I can do is I can actually prepare for the next salon. So I know that we'll have... We'll have Agdistis, Connie, and Wakefield. I like the idea of bringing Arthur Moore back. Well, I don't know if I'll have the book, so maybe we'll skip Arthur Moore. There is a side of me that likes bringing Reverend Timothy in, but I think I'm going to leave that one aside. We might bring the kills. Maybe Yvette Southey and Serena Black. Actually, okay, so let's bring Serena. I think we'll bring the kills. Yeah, sorry, Bonkles. I want the first Salon I invite Reverend Timothy to be the one that I invite Hokabal to Posend with. I know you've spoken about your grandmother before. She did not let bones go to waste when she cooked chicken or ham. She would always cook a broth with them. And then, share helpings of soup with her friends and family. One of my favorites of hers was a ham broth soup with beans and bits of chopped boiled egg. That sounds tasty. Okay, let's try and make the most of the rest of the day. So I don't have anything else. Yeah, we'll use the FET here. So we'll get some more eggs. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. I definitely don't dislike the idea of getting more vegetables. Carrots, tomatoes, marrows, and blessed onions. All the unsung heroes of the stew pot. But I don't want to just go to the gardens. I think there is some sense in doing some more gardening as well. Nope. Too late for that. I don't think we have anything in this. Oh, Trumpeter's Lily still flourishes. Fair enough. I guess I can use the core as well, so pears it is. I'm going to hold back on some of these because I do want to see what kind of cooking I can get done. I don't want to push you too far, Bonkles, but if you are curious, if I can dangle something in front of you, Coquille and Hokabald are two people you might want to invite to a salon. I am definitely going to be pushing it for getting everything in on time, but I think it's worth it. All right. I have no idea how I'm going to make this all work. Unwrap, unbox, unleash. We have got 2 copper wire. It's interesting. Odysseus, you're 2 healers, huh? I think my upstairs neighbor, my neighbors might have just gotten an elephant. Uh-oh. we've got bridge sugar. 3 potatoes. Where do I even put this stuff? I think we're about to get bridge potatoes. Oh, here we go. On the topic of studying the heavens and the motions of celestial bodies in search of knowledge, your little sister would always get so excited when she would look up the sky and see Orion's belt. In room 101, no less. That's very cute. You know, for some reason, maybe it's just because it's such a easily recognizable one, but I always would see Orion when looking up at the sky. Like I can kind of recognize a few other constellations, but Orion's belt is always the one like I kind of recognize it first. I'm assuming it's because of that Men in Black documentary. This feels so wrong to use the map room this way, but... And butter. Oh, bridge butter. Nope, it's had enough. No more. All right. You can get a little more on here, I think. Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I was very into astronomy as a kid. I haven't quite kept up as I've gotten older, but I mean that's true for a few things, and that's usually a good excuse to try something again. Okay, so we were going to level up Inks of Power first. So Wolf Stories, Confounding Parable, Earth Sign, and the Fet. I am no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve the skill to level 3. So that's going to take 30 seconds. Oh, we'll have plenty of time for the excuse me. In fact, what I may want to think about is what I want to use the Ragged Crossroads for. Actually, Sickle and Eclipse is a perfect candidate there. So I'll take another... actually, we'll use the Arab here. So I need Edge and Moon on that. So we've got one from the Fog. Contradiction is one of the easiest. So I will read... I know I've read this recently, but I am going to read a particular favorite again. Oh, nice. I think Cassiopeia I'd probably have a little trouble finding, but your degree required a couple of credit hours in a science unrelated to your major, so you took astronomy. Did you know that there are ways to determine which features of the moon formed before others? I didn't. That's a really neat fact. I mean, it's one of these things that when you say it, I'm like, okay, no, that would make sense that can happen. But if you had asked me how to do it, I'd be completely drawing a blank. Would you like to share with the class how it's done? All right, I'm going to add a fear text. And we did True History of Valentine de Wolf, so I'll make sure we don't have a fear scroll. Oh, we do. Leonine Tantra. Okay, so that is 3 of the 4 that I need, and then I need to read another book to get a moon or an edge. I rather wish I didn't have to, but I think I've used up all the desks, and I don't have I don't have the consider verb available because we're going to be leveling things up. Oh, actually, we can use the old wound. In the case of craters, you look at the layering of the dust spray. Because there is no wind on the moon, the piles of crater ejecta are preserved. Oh, yeah, that's a really good point. Obviously I did a social science, but I do actually wish that I had done more of the physical sciences, both in high school as well as university. I don't have the memories yet. And Mad Ad, first of his name. Hello, hope your night has been pleasant. Thank you very much for the 7 I should shut up and let the arc open before I... Thank you very much for your continued support, Mad Ad. I am doing all right. I hope you are doing well. I'm gonna risk... actually, I'm gonna risk a acrid marrow in this case. I'd like to open up a vegetable sack before feeding one to the birds. We just finished a salon and I'm kind of digesting some of the lessons right now. But how has your day been? All right, let's take a look. We will... Okay, bank the egg. Here we go. Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries of the cults of Isis and of Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. In the tracks of beasts, in the convulsions of his own carapace, in egg vein and shell shadow, the many-eyed ones found the signs which can be history. An earth sign is an auspice traced on the cloaked shape of the earth, perceptible to the sensitive, interpreted only by the wise. Just 1 second here. Okay, sorry. We had assignments where we actually had to go out at night and locate constellations by using seasonal star charts. You were given access to an observatory camera to try your hand at photographing some of the Messier objects. I'm particularly proud of your photo of Messier 51. Do you have a copy that you can share with the channel, Delude, or is that something that's in your, like a file that you have on your own machine? And Mad Ad says, I'm doing fine. Had the day off. Your dad help you grind 9 large stumps on your property. You're glad that they're gone. Your bed will feel great tonight, though. I bet. And did you know that Earth currently has 2 moons and will for the near a month before the second one leaves? Oh, interesting. Okay, fair. But yeah, no, that's, I never got a chance to do, I have done photography, and I'm actually really interested in sort of unusual photographic techniques. So things like infrared film. There's this thing that you can do called red scale. So if you have a camera that actually uses film, And if you have 2 rolls of film, one of the things that you can do is you can wind the film in such a way that you reverse it. So you actually need to like cut and tape the film. And if you do this, like let the photo finisher know that you've taped it. You should be fine, but like obviously you don't want to mess up their machine. But essentially what you do on the back of color film, and C41 is the type I'm talking about here, like the color negative film. A lot of these will have sort of this anti-reflective backing. So like one of the problems with photographic film originally is that the light would come through the lens and it would hit the film. And then usually with color, you've got like a few different layers of the light sensitive particles. So the light sensitive particles are black and white effectively, but the layers of color that they go through are sort of what gives it the color. But one of the problems that would sometimes happen is that it would reflect off the back and hit the film again, and so it would create this sort of unnatural look. And so often what will happen is you have this backing which is sort of designed to capture the light. So when you put it in reverse, first of all, what you need to do is you need to overexpose the film by well, technically you're properly exposing it, but overexpose in the sense that you need to shoot it a few stops above what you normally would. And then on top of that, obviously, because it's going through a few different layers and it's specifically trying to punch through this sort of anti-reflective layer, the shift is totally different, right? The film is sort of designed to be exposed in one way, and what happens is you're completely altering it. So if you underexpose it, often it'll just fall off into blackness, but things get this very, very dark red color. And as you get brighter and brighter, you sort of go to this sort of bright yellow to white color. And it's something, if you have a photo you really want to get, I recommend that you sort of bracket your exposures. So, you maybe do one that's like 2 stops overexposed, 2 stops under, maybe not 2 stops, maybe just 1 stop under, but like take a few shots of the same thing with different exposures, because it really is just one of these, I got a good feeling, bro, kind of efforts. But you get some really interesting pictures. I remember I took a pretty conventional image of it's just a ordinary like telecom tower. But because there was just this nice texture on the clouds, and because I sort of underexposed it a little bit, one of my friends looked at that photo and said, "That looks like Armageddon." And it's like, you can get this, and that was absolutely what it's sort of intended to look like. It was specifically the cloud textures that I was interested in, and it was just happened to be that the tower was an object that I could have in the foreground. But that's a fun one to mess around with. Infrared, again, it's just a part of the spectrum that you can't see, so that winds up looking kind of interesting. Infrared black and white is actually a really interesting technique, very often used when you're shooting sort of skin. And then, there's a few other ones that you can mess around with, but what I was trying to get to was, obviously NASA has these really amazing photographs, and they are, in some cases, judgment calls made by the photographers in terms of how they want to translate all of this data that they've got through these various imaging tools. And so I was always quite intrigued by this idea of any kind of photography, even if it's just, if you are on the land and taking a shot out in the sky, there's still lots of different ways that you can do that. And especially if you're trying to get certain objects through a telescope and get sort of a certain type of image, there's still a ton of considerations that you need to make. So it's one of these things that I've always wanted to do because it seems like an interesting challenge, but never really had the opportunity to. So I'm a little envious. If you ever do have an opportunity to share that image, Daly, definitely feel free. And also, if anybody has their own odd hobbies, feel free to share them, because I realize I've been nerding out about photography for a bit. The Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Lapoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. For 4 years, since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Alopoli served as Strathcoyne's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, "I still think Fraser's intentions are good, certainly he agrees, but I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He was never prepared to enlighten me, and good intentions or not, I can no longer bear this dream of eyes. We have agreed to part, almost amicably." Alopoli left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of his journal is concerned with his studies of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are of widely varying quality. One of the better ones, In the Marshes of Night, suggests he visited the site of Old Lake Fucinus near Ortuccio. The Messier objects are so interesting in terms of their history to think some guy looked at the sky and thought, those bright spots must be something interesting. And then, once we got more powerful telescopes, we looked at those objects and went, whoa, the Ring Nebula is wild, and yes, we will get rid of the bot. Hey, they're the only people who watch my channel. He says to a room full of chatters. The Wind's Ruin, the second volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. You're all until you prove your humanity, I'm going to assume you're all bots. Abbot Thomas speaks of his time as a raider when his name was not Thomas but Toke, scything the sea, striving for plunder. Abbot Thomas clearly regrets his storm years, and much of the book is taken up with his thoughts on penitence, but there are hints that he also misses those years and the companionship of his sword brother, ship brother, Trygeave. Advice on Containment. Thyrza Blake discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and Mansus things in it. Thyrza is irritatingly light on specifics, insisting above all that the duties of an adept are the duties of a host, and that a conjured spirit should be kept in as luxurious a vessel as possible. Thyrza notes the similarities between the lantern-long habit of scrying, returning to the physical world despite their absence of a body, by entering a mirror or light, and Pomander's techniques for confining Mansus Long to mirrors. She wonders whether Pomander himself might be lured to visit Hush House if provided with a sufficiently alluring scrying. Chion at Abydos, a play dealing with the 9-year sojourn of a snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver, in English, published in 1892, purportedly from an older Greek text. The entity called Chion arrives in a blizzard and demands the city gates are barred. As Abydos falls under her spell, the dead return, but do not speak. For 8 years, the city is a place of slow death, frosty ecstasy, and silent beauty, but in the ninth year, a conspiracy of shouts is mounted against the quiet that Chion demands. The conspirators open the city gates, and a scarred man comes to drag Chion out by the hair. Summer returns, but the conspirators die of remorse. And Vinzant's Minglings. The metallurgist and skysmith Everett Vinzant speaks of the sacred alloys, the alloys eternal, the alloys sufficient, and the alloys intendant. Everett describes the voices and powers of mortals and immortals based on their composition by analogy to the sounds and strengths of bells based on the metals of their casting. Vinzant warns that the mingling of metals of too great a nobility can produce the alloys incestuous. He suggests very cautiously that the means used by the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame to produce their heirs may have analogous issues, for though the crime of the sky may be circumvented, yet the law remaineth the law, and in spirit as in letter. Okay, let's get some levels. Bells and Braziers. Foresight. Regret. Pattern. Nope, no, we only need the 2. Aronoscopy. And metal. I am no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. So I'm just going to double check what I have available. So we have fear, contradiction, and I don't think it's realistic. Well, I'm going to give it a shot. Let's try to get one more try to get one more edge or moon involved. Let's do the queen's turn. Okay, with that in mind, I need to find something to do with my metal, my whist, and my fet. I can probably do one more trip to the Sweet Bones. And realistically, I think that's it. Probably what I want to think about now is where... Well, I can also try and get a memory that I take overnight. I suppose I will need a confounding parable. And then we can do some cooking. But not here. I'm trying to remember where I put all the butter. Mixed dough, an ingredient for a higher purpose. I think I'm going to need 2 of those. Let me just take a minute here to consult my spreadsheet. Hey, Pro, do you know what women's suffrage is? Sorry, I just saw your Discord message. Where are we? Okay, yes, we do need more dough. So we did wind up using all of our elements of the soul after all. That's good. All right, I'm feeling pretty good about where we are. Delude says to Bonkles, does it matter if you're a bot or not? Surely the nature of our existence is as important as what we make of it. If you do turn out to be a bot and you had the awareness to contemplate the consequences of that, then rather than being a limiting revelation, you would benefit from using that realization to explore the full bounds of your capabilities. Somebody's been watching Blade Runner. I'll think about that in terms of Elder Scrolls a lot. The world is a dream, but enlightenment comes through the realization that being a dream does not actually limit one's capacity for reasoning. For being. And you make a good point. Maybe it would be cool if we could be a little bot guy, just goofball silly. I'm a librarian. So I think I'm going to lose an element of the soul tonight. But I can afford to lose the metal, I think. All right. Those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of Obliviates. It's not clear whether CROD, who is identified only by his initials, was in fact an initiate of the Obliviate Order of Immortal Adepts. He wrote in the 16th century, after the order, if he is to be believed, had passed the height of its power. 58. That they did claim inheritance of the traditions of the House of Leith, but that they have disregarded both its most sacred and most beautiful ceremonies where they are not found convenient. 59. 71. The Glassfinger toxin is no mere assassin's convenience for the Oblividiots to confine to the disposal of their enemies. It has higher uses. Certainly it is a great matter of winter, but I have already outlined the technique by which it may be fitted for its ultimate destiny. The Leonine Tantra. In the most notorious translation of the Leonine Tantra, Ashley Phillips is listed as the translator, but their existence is explicitly denied in the prologue. This confusion is characteristic of books which mention the Great Hooded Princes. The Tantra describes elliptically the Great Hooded Princes and the multitudinous ways in which they influenced wars against foreign invaders in the land of the Great River, although in a sense they were also invaders. Lions can be created, not as children are created, nor as words are created, but as weapons are created. The Great Hooded Princes learnt to create lions from their spyings on the affairs of the hours, and not all lions now serve the Golden General. Skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. I think we'll go for the bells and braziers in this case. Another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. Improve this skill to level 4. Alright. Quartz chunk. Well, the good news here is that I can actually use that for edge. Mackerel. Eat it while it's fresh or keep it while it's salted. Oh, well, let me put it in there. Fair enough. I really feel I should be able to put something on the table here, but... Alright, where do I keep the flowers? Can't even spruce up the cucurbit. Gather the scented blossoms of the fragrant chalice. Bowl of sea-blessed pears, as smooth as butter and wonderfully juicy. Whenever I do the Book of Hours streams, I always have a pear. Usually a couple. Yeah, no hope. You, my friend, are going here. Another sack of vegetables. I think we need to temporarily store them at in the map room. Although I think at this point we've now taken up the whole map room. Bridge vegetables. Alright, but we did manage to use all of the elements of the soul over the course of the day, so I'm feeling happy about that. Okay, so we're taking this one overnight with us as a memory. So, The Locksmith's Dream, Portions and Proportions, the second volume of Teresa Gelmier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. In this volume, Gelmier records fewer dreams and explicates more on her own elaborate theories. We see this again and again. What is below can't escape what is above. The finest artisans all dream of the white door in the end. I'm no artisan, only a scholar. I think there's a secret that all these artisans know, but I think that secret is only half the story. So we're going to send that straight to bed. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. The Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrowchild's account of Lagia's turn, when Lagia, the queen unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antaios. Lagia accepts, setting aside the arts the low red sun associated with Antaios. She bargains, however, for freedom for her daughters. The Hours of the Triple Knot accept casually, knowing that Lagia has devoured her daughters. But wily Lagia has decided in the secret hollow of her heart that she will adopt any who ask if they can prove their fierceness. The traditions described here, the ones generally described as hill and hollow, are associated with Lagia before her turn, but now that she is a name of the Red Grail, they might also be safely used before an altar of the Triple Knot. So this was a precaution for the using the Ragged Crossroads here, but we have what we need. An ingredient for a higher purpose. I wonder if I can get away with this. Nope. So many bridge things. The skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. And a full belly makes a helpful friend. This beastie is now inclined to cooperate. Alright. So let's get Sickle and Eclipse leveled up. So satisfying to have come so far. This past summer, your dad and I drove, or well, your dad and yourself drove up to a mountain-top orchard, and he bought you a freshly picked peach. I'm not sure if it was the freshness of the peach or the time spent with your father that made it such a splendid treat. I think both of those probably are rather important factors. He offered you the whole carton of fruit, but you knew you couldn't eat it fast enough. That's actually a huge problem I have grocery shopping for myself, because like I am on my own. I know that comes as a massive shock for everybody here. But it's very hard to get stuff that's like proper good for me that doesn't wind up going to waste. I do my best, but all right, let's work out our plan for the day. So I guess first thing we'll do is work at the Sweet Bones. Now, I have a few options as far as leveling or going through the house, and in fact, it might have been an idea to try and bring Reverend Timothy back. So maybe I'll wait on the weather before I make any firm determinations there, but I think we'll bring Mr. Kill just because he's a nice, easy source of memories. Now, if I'm leveling up Sickle and Eclipse, it'll be level 5, so we want to bring 5 memories in. We've already got 1, so we need 4 more. And that will be... So the obvious and easy one would be Contradiction. Fear is also a straightforward one. I think in this case we'll just go, even though Mr. Kill may overwrite a few of them, I'd rather just have that out of the way. So we're on to Stolen Histories again. We can do Intuitions. We already have Confounding Parables. So that one, I'm trying to remember which of these. I think I'm just going to read Collected Hush. Oh no, we recently did this. Republic of Teeth then. Okay, so that's 3 of the memories that I need. Fear, Intuition, Confounding Parable. Oh, sorry, 4. So we just need 1 more. That's an easy one. We just read The Sea Does Not Regret. Okay, so that is the Sickle and Eclipse taken care of. That's also all of the lessons that I need for the immediate future. Delude says, I'm not sure what it is about watching the stream that makes you reflect on both the simple pleasures of life experience without without expectation or obligation, and those grand endeavors that wholly consume us. It's funny to think that both can be a source of happiness, both in the same person, even as they feel like experiences that are cut from very different sorts of cloth. I mean, I don't know, I probably can't take too much credit for this, Delude, but I do think there is something about the subject matter of the game that lends itself to this kind of reflection. I've talked a few times about how, you know, one driving idea behind this game that I like is sort of the acquisition and ordering of knowledge, right? So if you say that you're going to have an occult librarian simulator, then it would of course make sense that you have, you have the ordering of books, which, you know, is a very straightforward way of handling it. But you know, you also have yourself, and you are recovering from a shipwreck, which sort of leaves you without any kind of memory at all. You know, you first have to recall what happened to you. So there's also sort of this idea of healing that happens in the game. You sort of regain yourself and then also grow as a person. You gain your skills, you gain your knowledge. You don't just shelve the books, you read the books, and those turn into something that becomes skills for yourself. And of course, the mechanism through which you level up those skills are memories. And I actually like this model of knowledge because I think most of us have at least some experience of studying something. And this idea that when you are getting closer to the frontier of knowledge, you do actually need to put a lot of work into it. That it's one of these things where you need to bring in ideas from very different sources to try and be able to push that frontier out a little bit more, or to put it in Cultist Simulator terms, to rearrange the boundaries of our ignorance. And then the final form that takes is the Tree of Wisdoms, which we're going to be committing some things to fairly soon. And this is a certain way in which we take that knowledge and we turn it into a specific view of the world, right? We make some decisions between, you know, what we think the more primary element or primary focus of a particular skill is. So, you know, the game has its own pace, right? You know, you could be Husserl staring into the cigarette, the ashtray, or was it? It's how was it? Proust. It's the. Why can't I remember the name of this thing? I have to look it up. It starts with M. A Madeleine. Small cake. But yeah, like these are, there's a few different ways in which these have sort of, there's a few different ways in which these have lent themselves to some form of recollection and contemplation. I think the mood of the game really supports that. So, again, it's a little bit like your insight in terms of astronomy, right? It's one of these things where it's not something I would have necessarily sort of put my foot down and said, this must be the case, right? I wouldn't have anticipated you saying that prior to you saying it, but you saying it doesn't come as a huge surprise. It fits with my sort of understanding in terms of what this game is and what it's trying to do. But I'm glad that it's hopefully a pleasant experience for you. Okay. Now, let me just make sure. I think for some reason, I was one behind on both of these. So I suppose if it comes right down to it, I could take the Bells and Braziers and push it to like put that in place and then make the Inks of Power 5. But I think I'll just work with what I've got here. Okay, so yeah, the Just Verse can turn it into the 5, so that won't be a problem. Rose Journey's End. I can master this mystery. Enough Rose to match Mystery Rose. All right. Well, it's always a pleasure to have you in here, Delude. Again, for those of you who would like to hear Delude's thoughts from the speaker, or to check out the, well, much anticipated, the one I'm looking forward to, the Sheogorath costume. I don't know if you'll be showing that on stream, but I hope you will. Or if you just want to watch a rather skilled Rift of the Necrodancer player or Elder Scrolls fanatic, definitely a stream to check out. Thank you very much for hanging out with us, Delude. All right. So I need to find a forge or a sky. Let's see. Oh, here we go. High traditions of the noble endeavor. It's another hammer time. And we need 6 for that, so... should just be able to add the saw and we'll be good. Edge, a conquest. I can master this mystery. Enough edge to match mystery edge. Okay. Have a good night, Daily. Thank you very much for hanging out. I'm just going to take a quick sip of coffee and confer with my list of skills that I want to work on. Okay. Edict's Liminal wouldn't hurt to level up, but I wonder if it's better for me to just try and bring up Okay, I think I know how I'm going to do this. So one thing I should do is get something up to level 5 that I'm willing to break apart again. Now, spices and savors would be the best candidate for that, I think. All the other 5s of... Oh, actually, Horns and Ivories is already there. Yeah, I think I'm going to move spices and savors. Now that's a forge and a nectar one. I think I prefer the forge though. So 3 forge, nectar. So let's see what books I can read to accomplish that. And I think we kind of reserved these for other purposes. Okay, not as easy as I thought it would be. A lot of moon available. maybe door and wall. Yeah. Okay, so that gives me 2. Actually, you know what? Maybe the Sky of the Soul is the answer here. So if I take the Faust, then I try to read the Sky, the Soul, the grand labor of Cowl, an ascetic poet writing at the court of the shadowless kings. So disciplines of the Scar, we're almost there. Okay, so I will get a lantern memory. Revelation seems just as easy as anything else. And we'll see where the rest goes. Now, I'm not quite ready to do the full gardening and use up all the remaining elements of the soul for other things. I kind of want to see what kind of progress I can make with the memories first. Oh, for heaven's sake. All right. We use the sunny day to read the Sky and the Soul. I can master this mystery, enough lantern to match mystery lantern. Alright, the skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Yeah, so I seem to have gone off by 1 on each of these, so I'm also going to need another memory for Cyclone Eclipse. But right now I just kind of want to digest everything that I'm working on, and then we can figure out the next steps. The other thing I probably should have done a little earlier, we can use a medal for that. Something renounced. Who threw this overboard? Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? So that will help us with Bells and Braziers to 5. Actually, we'll overwrite that because of the book that I read already, I think. De Bellis Mirorum, an 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipstos. The poem elliptically describes a war between beasts, weather phenomena, and arcane concepts. It's quite specific about their tactics. The two unjoined and the horn distinguished, consequently, blood. Stolen Histories. The agitator and pamphleteer Alexander Sparrow inveighs against the monstrous serpents, thieves of history. Sparrows acknowledges 5 histories, insists the 3rd history may be overrun by coils, warns the 5th history is already lost. Sparrow, with his usual paranoia, appears to be conflating the horror of the Worm Wars with the Great Writhing with the activities of the Great Hooded Princes. Still, he draws thought-provoking comparisons between princes, normally conceived of as exotic knocklong, and the widely feared worms. The sea does not regret. Aeson Fekri, one-time Secretary Salvant of the Curia of the Isle, responsible for the Curia's healing efforts, writes of his experiences in Brandkrug and hints at his travels elsewhere. The sea does not regret the tide, Fekri writes, for when the tide has passed, it leaves its traces on the sand, which traces are the sea's memory. Fekri is a keen fisherman and speaks glowingly of the fish suppers of Brandkrug. He also admits that his enthusiasm for the bounty of the sea has altered him, that before he came to Brandkrug he consumed only those things found in the earth. I was the greater thereby, but all of us give up what we were to become what we are. The Republic of Teeth, an eccentric political tract by Valentine de Wolf. Valentine suggests that rulers should be elected to govern by serpents, not their subjects, for the serpent, being cold-blooded in its nature, is incorruptible. Valentine's initial proposal is that a college of electors should subject themselves to the bites of venomous serpents, which he grades and details, preferring the least dangerous, and should allow the resulting deliria to guide them in their choice of people's representatives. He becomes concerned, however, by the practicalities of ensuring equal quantities of venom in each case, and gets halfway into a proposal for using birds instead in the selection process before giving up mid-sentence. And Sunrise Awakenings, an uncharacteristically poignant meditation by the edgelord Trog of Marianid, who later came to Hush House under a variety of other names, often in search of some sort of fight. If light were not silent, it would be music. If music were visible, it would be light. Each day's light, Trog suggests, is faintly touched by the light of every past day, so, in the light of every present day, we may begin to understand something of days to come. At least this appears to be his conclusion, but he stops in mid-sentence, apparently having lost patience with the act of writing, or possibly been ambushed. Okay, well, I've got 38 seconds before I can level something up, so one thing is clear, I don't have a forge for bells and braziers. That's coming from the sky, ooh. I think I messed up. Okay, that's fine. We will adapt. Okay, so I definitely, double checking here, I definitely want to put Inks of Power in 4 and Bells and Braziers in 5. Although I'm clearly reading just verse, so something... Interesting. Okay, yes, so we've got the... we do have the things that we wanted. Alright, so... we will use the Arab to level up Sickle and Eclipse. I will use the metal to upgrade Bells and Braziers. I will use a Fet to upgrade Inks of Power. Inks of Power is going to need 3... Wait a minute. That was a 4, right? Yeah. So 3 rows or scale, which currently are used up with these. Well, we don't need to worry too. There's a certain point at which I say, why did I even bother bringing Mr. Kill if I'm just going to do things that he already knows how to do? So we're going to bring in another confounding parable. The bells and braziers should be a little more straightforward. This one I can just bring in all the music. So we'll need a total of 4. The pattern would be the last one I can use. All right, that gives enough. That gives me enough to start with. There's a fear. This is the danger of trying to rush the various skills. I just wind up using elements of the soul on things that, in hindsight, I would get. Now, I'm not going to kick myself too much about that because I can't know what Mr. Kill is going to give me. But still, not the most efficient use of my turn. So we definitely don't need the granite slab. That's going in the water. Same with the sand. Still want to go to the moor though, just because it does sometimes give me cooking ingredients, and I think I'm going to need to make an apple pie. The good news is this is something that I can actually use to level up the Ragged Crossroads. All right, and a box of rarities. So let's get Sickle and Eclipse. I'm going to wait 2 seconds for Sickle and Eclipse. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Okay, so Sickle and Eclipse. Arab. Loss. Fear. I'm trying to use the things that Mr. Kill can potentially give me. Okay, now I need to start using the real ones. So, Contradiction and Salt in this case. Apply the Ragged Crossroads. We're good to go. Now we'll work out what we want for the next couple of turns. Well, we'll wait till we have the elements, I think. Now this will help with the Inks of Power, actually. I keep forgetting that hindsight has scale. When something is given to the sea, it rarely returns, although of course I did. Alright, lots of goodies. So, better now. I think at this point I may want to try and restore some elements of the soul. It's autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. 108. Ava DeWolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it, the Great Hooded Princes, the Knocklong, who ascended under the Mother of Ants, but now, so Ava claims, honor the Horned Axe. The Great Hooded Princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to a foolish tradition that the princes are habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. Ava has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory. It suggests that although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. I think I kept a confounding parable rather stupidly, but we did just recently read the Perugian Diary, so I'm going to pass over that one. Just Verse, a rare surviving copy of Christopher Elapoly's notoriously unsuccessful volume of experimental poetry published in 1912. Elapoly is clearly more interested in the occult than the aesthetic aspects of the work. By most measures, the rhymes are contrived, the meter inconsistent, the imagery banal. Still, even the worst verses have a compelling quality, and I find myself drumming my finger on the desk to accompany their rhythms. In an afterword, Elapoly discusses mnemotic holometaboly, by which he seems to mean a sort of crafting process where memories, when fed into a preliminal meter technique in the presence of enough knock or rose, can blossom and fissure into more potent versions of themselves. So there's the preliminal meter. But I do not recall what the memory that came out of this was. Nuts. Wind's Ruin, again, we read this recently. The High Traditions of the Noble Endeavor, a blandly positive work on the Endeavor Club, published by the Endeavor Club. The club was founded in 1862, but claims to draw from much older traditions. Club members are assigned names out of noble myth: Joffrey, Roland, and unexpectedly Breadbettel. They claim to be heirs of the Leashed Flame, which gave the island of Britain such appalling power in some histories. Their endeavor itself is a purifying fire which makes its fuel something more than human. This transformation, however, is no longer encouraged by the club, and perhaps, the work is coy on this, no longer permitted. So we've got Hammer Time again, and this gives us Foresight. And looks like I need to extend the shelf. Singlefoot Songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Huashan, near the Grove of Green Immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relations with the Grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests causes harm only when so invited. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices, powerful enough to open the mountain. The Singlefoot sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. And The Raptures of Forculus, the first volume of Abbot Jeffrey's hypothetical theological debates in the Socratic mode. If Janus were an hour, Forculus might be counted among his names, but that door remains closed, and so Forculus is not. Jeffrey discusses the signs that mark doors, which might permit or forbid access to certain thoughts and dreams, speculating carefully on which of the sanctioned hours might teach or govern each sign. All right. Let's try and impose some order on this. So the preliminal meter was going to move the Inks of Power to a 4. Disciplines the Hammer was going to bring Bells and Braziers up. Now, my ideal would be to get rid of the things that Mr. Kill can potentially generate. All right, so that's enough to level everything up that I need right now. I suppose the natural next question would be, what do I want to do with the rest of the day? Well, I guess I said I was going to try and level up spices and savors. So I'm just going to let the timer tick down for the next little bit on that. The Sky, the Soul, the grand labor of Cal, an ascetic poet writing at the court of the Shadowless Kings. Cal's verses are brief, obscure, and often dominated by images of violence. A star is a pinprick, but the sun is a wound. It's always possible to be deader, Cal states. The watchman goes before, none but 7 may go after, yet surely we are born to the glory as the sparks fly upwards. Alright, so that was 2 pyroglyphics, which means I'm going to need 1 more for spices and savors, but gives me something to start with. This also grants foresight, so a little inconvenient for me there, but we do have a new shelf for that. I think maybe the answer here is just to try and find that forge or... actually, with we don't really have a lower level book for that to apply to anymore. I have the Altheban Abyss, but I don't think Stone Stories is a Oh, but it is a nectar. Okay. That's the answer then. The scale's gonna be a tricky one, though. This would need the memory, which I don't really have right now. Okay, this is a straight up scale, so that's pretty simple then. Actually, I guess we can afford the health this time, so. I can master this mystery, enough scale to match mystery scale. So we'll wait a couple seconds before going any further. Alright, the skill is now level 6, its power aspects have also increased, and Mr. Kill has given us some gossip, so if I want, I can use that to level up the... So yeah, we can flip out the Confounding Parable and use the gossip instead. So we'll do the... We'll do the Inks of Power first, because that has more of the at-risk memories. So another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Next up, I've got the Bells and Braziers. So I really only need 2 for spices and savors. So I'm trying to think if there's a nectar and a forge that I can generate that isn't at risk from Mr. Kill. And I actually think I've already generated them. So patterns we already have. Oh, there is one. If I can consider the potted plant. But yeah, in this case, I think we're just going to play it by ear. Out of curiosity, why do you leave such a large gap between memories? Oh, you mean like this? So this is basically queuing up... Oh, dear. Oh, sorry, that's Dropbox. Yeah, so basically, this is enough. So you'll notice here that with Bells and Braziaries, because this is a level 4 skill, I need 4 Forge or Sky memories. So in this case here, this is just setting aside 4 memories that I'm going to use to level up Bells and Braziaries. And then theoretically, if I had some Nectar and Forge memories that I could use for Spices and Savors, I'd do the same thing. So these big gaps here are really more about me keeping track of what's sort of already committed and I just don't have the time for. Now, some of these get a little messed up. So like, for instance, the memory loss doesn't actually have any current purpose yet. I'm pretty sure I still need something for Sickle and Eclipse. Yeah. The question is, do I feel like I can do 7 in the day? I'm going to say yes. Exorcist's Field Manual seems like the best bet. But yeah, it's a little bit like a lot of things that I do in the game. It's really just sort of a sanity check for myself to avoid doing something completely ridiculous. It doesn't always work out, but it kind of gives me a fighting chance to avoid overwriting or otherwise messing up my overall plans. So I'm going to try the 6 memories to load up Sickle and Eclipse. I do want to get these handled first, especially because we'll also see what we've got with Mr. Kill. But I think I'm going to have to work pretty hard on these. All right, another Foresight. So Bells and Braziaries, Disciplines the Hammer, Foresight, Pattern, Cheerful Ditty, Beguiling Melody. We can sort of move everything back up now. We want... I guess we've already used up the Foss, so we need metal in this case. So satisfying to have come so far. So this will eventually be used to level up Spices and Savors. My only real well, okay, let's move the health and the metal down here. Actually, I guess I can also put the shaft here as well. Trist is the only remaining option that okay, so this is clearly a non-starter. I only have 2 elements of the soul left in that case. Okay, so what I want to be thinking about now, in a perfect world, I will... I'll be able to level up the Spices and Savors, but we're going to focus on the Sickle and Eclipse. So let's say... Okay, so the confounding parable and the memory loss, those are two that I can work with already for Sickle and Eclipse. We can add contradictions to that. So that's 3 of 6. We can also add salt, which would be 4 of 6. So I need 2 more of Edge and Moon, and ideally ones that Mr. Kill will not generate. So technically, the old wound, well, like the old wound in the Wormwood Dream would fit that, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Mr. Kill do his thing, and we'll see what we need to fill in by the end of the day. This also means I'm not going to do any cooking, but... You just ate some chicken nuggets? I feel so alive right now. Better now. Sea-strewn, salt-snared stuff. Driftwood fragment. We will eventually turn this into pears. But right now it's Bridgewood. Hey, more blackberries. They really don't want me putting stuff in the... I was really hoping to try and free up the map room, but... Oh, okay. To the bridge with it. Okay. Don't know if there's much I'm going to do with the Solace, but... level 5 bells and braziers, we're good. Okay, so I can try and make something happen with the pyroglyphics. Or we can wait on... I think I'm probably going to wind up waiting on the others. But this does give me a chance to go through some of the vegetable... No, I can't go through the vegetable sacks because we may need these elements of the soul. So I'm sort of stuck at this point. At least until we have a clearer idea of how the day is working out. What are you planning on making, Prosciutto Fist? What would you like me to read out in terms of the food descriptions in the game? This does feel like a real waste in terms of how I'm running through the day, but... Okay, so, first of all, we've got another solace from Mr. Kill. We've got the Wainscot Histories, subtitled Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged and countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. Gore does not mention the Mansus directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years, to the doors of sleep, and to the blue light of dawn suggests he had commerce with the unseen world. It was common in that time to speak of the division of the sun, by which contemporaries understood the eruption of barbarian forces and of their uncouth gods. How you doing, Olmsted? So 3 of the 6, this should be the 4th of the 6, Deaths of the Moon, a historical tract on various forms of survival after death. When the heart no longer beats, the grail may keep the spirit in the body, and an appetite is indicated to sustain. Alukites are the best known, but not the only of this nature. This is the waning moon mode. The full moon mode is the intensification of one element of the soul to the point where ordinary sustention is unstable. Our protector, the generous of hosts, began of this nature, and its generosity remains ungentle. It is possible for the body's health or the heart's core to outpace the other elements, so that a static mode becomes impossible and growth proceeds in dramatic stages until balance remanifests. You have come to inform me that you have advanced on opening up Hush House and reading books in general. Congratulations! Do you have a favorite book yet? All right. We are waiting 47 seconds for an Exorcist's Field Manual. I think probably the better call for me now is just to say... I think at this point we're going to say, let's get the memories that we need, and like we'll spend the effort getting the memories that we need, and anything extra that I get is just that, extra. You find yourself trying to see how you can open the caves to reach some of the cave areas with enough scale. I'm actually going to be doing that not too long from now. Obviously, I've got some of the cave, but... okay. So yeah, two memories with Moon or Edge. I think Intuition and Fear, probably. I guess we're doing Health on this one. And then if I want to level up, it's definitely not impossible for me to level up spices and savors here. I am taking a little bit of a flyer on it, but let's go for a pattern and an intuition, I think. You just try not to use scale personally? You know, the Seven Coiled is one of the gods from Stone that kind of interests me. Like, I have a feeling that I have nothing but bad feelings about it. But it's an interesting one, let's say. The one thing I will say, I have become alarmingly more sympathetic to the gods from Nowhere playing this. Like, my original reaction was to be really like horrified by any mention of them and like to try and put the thing away whenever the gods from Nowhere would come up. But then the fact that one of them shows up in Calyptra, I'm like, okay, I guess they have their role to play, and like I'm not as scared about putting Edict's liminal in the spot, but it still feels wrong, right? Like that's how they get you. So recordings from the Altheban, but the same happens with Schaller, I guess, with the Singlefoot songs, right? So actually, I think with the same hour, no less. Recordings from the Al-Theban Abyss, recordings from a subterranean space in the mountains near Baghdad of conversations between the entomologist Juliana Zawadzowski and an unidentified presence. Only Zawadzowski's part in the conversations is comprehensible to the listener. The other side consists of grating, buzzing, and rumbling sounds, perhaps only rock movements or artifacts of the recording process, which Zawadzowski nevertheless unhesitatingly translates. Zawadzowski seems to believe that the presence identifies itself as a name or remnant of the lost hour called Seven Coils. It pleads with her to assist its rebirth. It begs her to find something for it in the city of Amisa. Towards the end of the interview, Zawadzowski grows suspicious and repeatedly accuses the presence of being not the Seven Coils at all, only an inhabitant. The recording ends mid-sentence. So this gives us a fear, which is not so good for me, but there's the stone stories. Beth Kinda Sorta says, I feel like I'm not smart enough for this game, but I always enjoy watching and listening to you read the lore. You know, so the thing about this, Beth Kinda Sorta, is that I don't think I'm smart enough for this game. Like, I don't think... I think probably the people who think that they're smart enough for this game probably just don't get the stuff that they're missing. But what I've enjoyed is that it is a game that, in my opinion at least, allows you to sort of just enjoy the mystery. Like, it's a game that's sort of just fun to go for the ride on sometimes. And the thing is, like, there's two ways that I feel that this game kind of works on you. One of them is there is a certain point, I really felt this with Cultist Simulator, but I think this is true for Book of Hours as well, is that there is a certain point at which you can't quite explain why, but something just feels right to do. And often you will see that you have what you need. Like, if you follow an intuition, it sometimes actually takes you to an interesting place. And that's interesting, and I'm actually trying to understand how the game accomplishes that, because in some ways that's actually very impressive. But the second thing is that the more you expose yourself to it, there is actually more you can do and get. I guess for lack of a better way of putting it, like, when you start this game, if you've never played Cultist Simulator before, the mere idea that the godlike beings are called hours, that's not immediately apparent. Even though at the very beginning of the game, right, the title of the game is Book of Hours. And if you know certain parts of history, you'll also understand that, like, a Book of Hours is a real thing in the real world. It's sort of like a book of prayer almost. But of course, the people who've played Cultist Simulator or are familiar with the setting will understand that Book of Hours has a specific meaning for this world, and usually the capitalization is an indicator. And then you kind of go on through the game and you learn a little bit more. You learn a bit about Hush House. You learn a bit about who these different people are. You run into paintings, right? So some of your first encounters of the Hours will probably be like the Witch and Sister, the Thunderskin, the Velvet, and the Sister and Witch. You never get to see the Mansis in the game as a place, right? That's only from Cultist Simulator. But you do get to see the painting, the Mansis, and so you do get a little bit of a detail there. And it's really more, the more you go into the building, the more you start to sort of understand the lore. And this is one of the reasons why I really like that, unlike Cultist Simulator, this game lets you reread the books, because as you read these things, so a good example here would be when Bonkles is talking about the Seven Coiled. So in some cases you can just say, okay, 7 coiled was an hour. And then maybe you'll read another thing that says, okay, the 7 coiled is not just an hour, but the 7 coiled is a god from stone. And then maybe you'll read even later, oh, hang on, but the gods from stone are dead, except for one of them, I suppose. And then you'll say, oh, okay. And then there's actually a book on the slaying of the 7 coiled. And then you also find out that an entity called the Colonel slew the 7 coiled. And in fact, another hour, the Mother of Ants, bathed in its blood and became an hour. And like all of a sudden you start building up all of these little pieces. But the thing is that because they have different names as well, you may not realize it at the time. Very rarely are you going to see it sliced out in that form. You know, the Colonel will be referred to as the Chiliarch or the Scarred Man, or, you know, there will be all of these little references. But as you start to pick them up, I tend to find if you try and keep it all in your head, there's probably more than you can realistically hang on to. And this is one reason why I actually like keeping physical notes with this game. But of course, a note-taking app works as well. But again, it's just sort of this exposure of things and sort of allowing yourself to know, it's like, basically say it's like, there's probably significance to this that I'm not, I haven't figured out yet. While also saying it's not important that I understand this right now, right? That I don't think there's ever a room that you're not able to get into because you don't necessarily know how many hours there are, or like what the aspects are. Like it's never going to quiz you on saying, you know, who's the watchman? Why is the watchman important? But what it does sometimes do is it does sometimes give you a little bit of a hint in terms of how certain things will interact. And again, it's really, it's the fun part. It's like when you're doing a research project, like just being able to get those little bits and pieces of something together and turning that into something bigger can sometimes be fun. And that is particularly at play here when you go to the Tree of Wisdoms and you start committing things. Because I do actually feel very strongly about like some of the things that I commit, particularly to the Horamakastri branch. And in some cases it will be informing you of things, and in other cases you'll be like, no, I really don't think that's right. And there's no one way to correctly do it. But I was talking with Delude Daybreak before. One of the ways that I sort of make sense of this game for myself is, again, you're playing a library sim, right? You wash up on the beach, you're injured, you have no recollection of events. So the first thing that you need to do is just remember what happened. And you read your journal and you gain a bit of an understanding in terms of who you are, what you're about. And as you yourself are healing, you're also repairing the library, right? And you're repairing your journal. You know, you have this very tight connection between you and the journal. And as you continue going on, you'll unlock more of the library and you'll read more of the books, and you won't just passively read those books, right? The books will sometimes give you memories, and those will sort of stick around for a day as a memory. But they'll also give you lessons, and you have the opportunity of using those lessons to turn into something a bit more permanent in the form of a skill. And again, I also like the way that they do the leveling up of the skills, because the more advanced you become, the harder and harder it is to get to that next level, right? When you're first learning piano, you'll very often do songs that have just, you know, you'll use one finger for each note, and it'll be kind of a pretty steady 4/4 time. And you won't have any like eighth notes or anything like that. It'll be quarter notes and higher. But then, you know, you get a little bit further and then you're using more than one finger at a time, and probably you'll bring in a second hand, and then they won't be moving in sync, right? They'll sort of have these independent movements. And, you know, in other cases, maybe there'll be sort of some complicated time signatures, or maybe, you know, there'll be some theory. So like, I sort of have this pendulum with Arnold Schoenberg between either like thinking it's really, really interesting and like wanting to dive in deep with it, and just like what the hell is this atonal nonsense? Like, why would anybody think this is interesting music, and just wanting to throw it away? And like, it depends on the day. The one thing I will say though is it did actually finally get me to listening to music as more than just background noise. I actually take the time to like just sit down and listen to music and just focus on that. That is not something I've done for a very long time. So there's that. But again, right, you don't start with Schoenberg. you work your way up. And again, how does the game do that? Well, again, you take these memories, right? You take the most sort of ephemeral kind of knowledge, and you take them from disparate places, right? They need to be they need to be all unique. They need to be different. And as you really start pushing out the frontiers, you're taking ideas from very disparate places to be able to turn that into a more permanent form of knowledge in terms of skills. So you have things that you can now do in this game, but the final form that it takes is not just the fact that you can do things and you can sort of bring changes to the world in the form of sort of making a special kind of drink or a potion or an ink or something like that. The final form that they sort of take is this Tree of Wisdoms, where you're making a very clear determination in terms of these skills about what you think is sort of the most primary part of that skill. And that's going to be enhancing your elements of the soul, right? You gain more. So it's a very interesting leveling system, right? It's not experience points like in Dungeons and Dragons. It's its own thing. But I also think what's really interesting about it is that it's this really nice reflection on sort of knowledge and learning, and sort of this highest form, which winds up improving what would probably be called an attribute in a role-playing game on your character sheet. It's actually going from skills which allow you to do things to a very specific idea of how the world works and what things are about. And there is no ideal path through the Tree of Wisdoms. Everybody's going to have their own way, even if they want to focus on sort of the lore approach to it. But what essentially you're kind of seeing here in the Tree of Wisdoms is almost this shaping of a worldview. And so this would also be the thing that you do later on in the game. And whether you use it for information about the world, or maybe you use it as an opportunity to express your feelings about the world, I think that built into the game there is actually sort of that growing understanding. And whether you're role-playing it as a character, or whether this is a reflection of you, the player, learning certain things. Either way, I think those are interesting. All right, but we are going to commit a couple of things. So Horamachistry and the Inks of Power, the inks in which the histories are written. The weapon, the greatest and most secret truths can only be recorded by the librarians of the Watchman's Tree, even then only beneath the shelter of the tree's branches, and only in the sanctioned inks called Incastum. There are still certain languages in which these truths might be spoken aloud, but the hours no longer permit that power in the mouths of mortals, as the wisdom of Horamachistry teaches us. Let me just double check I've got this right here. So, yep, Inks of Power. And then we were going to put bells and braziers in 5. That resonance which lingers from the hammer's touch. The toll. In the right mortal's hand, the right tool can become the weapon that brings a war. This is a high consequence of Horamachistry. So if I want to sort of try a last minute improvement, let's have some fun. So take spices and savors, put that new metal effort into it. So here, aw, no luck. I have the earth sign, but I don't have anything else. suppose I could try making some money or something. Or actually, I could make a cake. Or cake batter. Mix cake batter, an ingredient for a higher purpose. All right. We did get the intuition from Mr. Kill after all. Darn it. Although maybe we can make use of it before the end of the day. Moon, a Culmination, an Exorcist's Field Manual, a practical guide to troublesome dead, grounded in theory but with a clear focus on their disposal by the redoubtable Detective Ostiary Wheelock of the Suppression Bureau. I wonder if this would work with Connie. Excuse me. The dead usually avoid light as the most immediate manifestation of eternity, which has no place for death. However, those dead uplifted by gold, which is to say touched by an actinic theoplasma, happily bought about in daylight and are perhaps strongest at noon. If you are dead uplifted by green, that's the Ring-Yu's blessing. The crowned growth offers a similar but nastier benefit. This is how burgeoning risen come about, but there are different degrees of sentience and freedom depending on which growths are involved. The consciousness of one uplifted by green is always greatly altered, though they never really seem like the same person. They may have dregs of their original souls, but these are often replaced by something else. The upshot, invariably, is that they need to be set firmly on fire. Okay, so I've got Edicts Martial here. We will put this in the contradictions pile. And more importantly, we are able to level up the Sicylin Eclipse. So, Edicts Martial, Fear, Memory Loss, Intuition, Contradiction Salt, I guess. Oh, nope, we need all of these. Okay. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. Okay, against the Sisterhood of the Knot and the foulness of their depraved customs, Hieronymus Pseudo-Hypnerotomachus wrote this furious screed about the sinister influence of the Sisterhood of the Knot on his own Church of the Unconquered Sun. Hieronymus claims that the powers served by the Sisterhood of the Knot made an arrangement. The Thunderskin loved the Yew, and the Grail destroyed him, as restitution for the destruction of the Axe's loved ones. Hieronymus's writing becomes incoherent with rage at this point. Hieronymus recovers his composure, eventually, to describe how the Thunderskin entered the Mansus through the Peacock Door. This, Hieronymus insists, is abomination upon abomination, but then the most abominable of doors has always been an abomination. So, to Beth Kinda-Sorta's point here, right, so there's a few threads that we can draw. So first of all, there's the Thunderskin here. He cannot be stilled, he demands the dance, he is beaten like a drum, he is heard in the wood below the world. So we have a relationship between the Thunderskin and the Yew, and we also have a relationship between the Thunderskin and the Grail. And in fact, we have we've actually heard of some of these things before, but let's just limit it to the things that we've talked about so far. So also as restitution for the destruction of the Axe's loved ones. Well, remember I said earlier that the gods from stone were destroyed, except for the Horned Axe. And in this room, we have Our Lady Beneath, who is Our Lady, the Red Grail, which gives life, who takes life, which is not sated. The Horned Axe, who bears two blades, who waits at the threshold, who sunders that which should not be joined. The Ringyu, who is succulent, who is renewed, who encompasseth? Or a fourth, who is always signified but never named? A librarian might phrase the question differently. Who was first? So, we also have some connections here. So there's already the reference to the Grail here, and you can kind of clearly see this. We've got aspect of the Grail, Lagia, the Queen Unsated. We've definitely seen references to her before. One of the crueler aspects of the Red Grail, Lagia, the Queen Unsated, devouring mother, sister lover of Antaios. One tradition has it that Lagia took animal form so that she could satisfy her craving to devour her own children and go unpunished. Another that the animal form was the punishment for her incest. The Grail has often been tolerant of contradictions. Perhaps her part in the intercalate really was, after all, a long and subtle move to undermine eternity, or perhaps she's just not to be trusted. You might also point out that if you look below in the Chapel Callicite, right, there's a line that you can draw between these two here. So the Red Grail says, "Never speak of this mystery. I was always the first, and I must always be greatest. When we spilt the blood of the Thunderskin, I feasted, and I grew strong, stronger again than the twins. There is always a feast, and nothing is truly wasted." So, in this case here, right, we've already got quite a bit now that we can talk about in terms of this new hour that was referenced, the Grail. We have this idea in terms of the Thunderskin being sacrificed as restitution for the slaying of the gods from stone. And so, you know, we went from these fairly difficult to understand ideas, things that maybe don't make a whole lot of sense in isolation, but we've actually added a few more points of reference now, right? We had this idea of the destruction of gods from stone, but we also know that there was sort of a price paid for that, and that it's specifically tied to an entity that if we wanted, we could actually examine this painting and maybe get a little bit more information. Or we could go back to any of those other books that we've read and gain some more information. And in this case, I actually think one of the better things is just once you find a story that you are interested in, you can, read some more of the books to see, does this go in an interesting place? Is there something that you want to follow up on inside of it? And to me, that I've always found is a little bit more of a rewarding way to engage with it. I guess the other analogy you can draw is it's a bit like Dark Souls, right? Dark Souls is a perfectly enjoyable game to just sort of sit and let the world wash over you, but eventually you kind of start noticing where things are in certain places, and you're like, okay, this isn't just random. Like, there is definitely some intention behind this. Maybe you play it a second time and you realize, oh, okay, that's where this is going. So, let's add these to the relevant piles. Against Vitruvius, a 14th century treatise on esoteric mechanics and parahydraulics by Abbot Ranulf, best known as a Mason architect. Ranulf describes how he tested some of these techniques in the construction of the Winter Tower, now called the Long Tower. He admits to unexpected consequences. Ranulf mentions that the Tower of Ely Cathedral collapsed around the time the Winter Tower was completed, although he stops short of suggesting that one was the cause of another. A tower falls, a tower rises, is all he'll commit to. Black Nephrite, one of Valentine de Wolf's dream journals, in which he records his visions of a place that is no place, beneath the house that is no house. The dark, inchoate, feral space described by Valentine seems to be the nowhere of the invisible arts, the infra-oniric layer of the alien hours, sometimes called the gods from nowhere. Valentine's attitude to the nowhere hours is unexpectedly relaxed. He speaks darkly of their appetites, but he insists they are too alien to penetrate the house of the sun, let alone the waking world. He even suggests that the Mantis hours have exaggerated the threats of the nowhere hours for their own reasons. Not all birds are trustworthy in their feathers, he warns. And the Beekeeper's Ends, dialogues with bees and their uses for honey, as erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. I have no idea why I would be interested in this book. Milagro spends an entire chapter on his hatred of wasps, which he describes as the vile pretenders. Milagro claims that bees retain many traditions passed down from earlier and greater branches of their species, but that they are fiercely jealous of these traditions being passed to lesser insects, and insist above all on an oath of secrecy. Tragically, therefore, he is unable to describe these more substantial and powerful traditions. Alright, let's see what we can accomplish with the remaining time today. Prosciutto Fist has endured my tremendous enthusiasm about the fact that we have a bee, like we keep bees at work. And as part of the charity drive, they will harvest the honey and sell it. So I got one of the last jars of honey at the sale. It is relatively expensive. Like, I'm pretty sure I could get cheaper honey somewhere else, but like I definitely, like, I found out about the bees the very first day that I went to work, and like we do have sort of a grounds that we can kind of walk around in work. So I actually kind of went out so I could specifically see the beehive. Apparently it got to, like, I think they had 70,000 bees this year at some point. Obviously the population fluctuates. It's getting close to winter, so there's not as many here. But yeah, so I made a pilgrimage to the beehive, and I definitely wanted to make sure that I got some honey. So that's one of my, I'm still not a year into the job, but one of my, I want to do that things on my orientation is now scratched off the list. Bees, like librarians, are not to be trifled with. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. The skill is now level 7. Its power aspects have also increased. Okay, so let's get some skills leveled up. So spices and savors. Eventually we're going to take this up to level 5. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. I don't really need either of these. We'll maybe wait the 17 seconds. And I would have liked to have done something with this metal in terms of just using it, but I'm not going to let it pass overnight. That would be foolish. I think we do want to focus on getting spices and savors leveled up before the end of the day. Cake batter. I think we'll just keep this in the room here. Oh, but there is one thing I can do. I want to see if I can find out how to make Yorkshire pudding. Alright, so bake bread. Now I'm curious if I just add... So the problem with the egg would be... If I add the kitchen bowl, that's just a... Yeah, so cake... I definitely don't want cake batter. I'm not going to look this up. I just saw your message, Pro. That looks nice. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to subject you all to Wikipedia. Yorkshire pudding. Yorkshire pudding is a baked pudding made from a batter of eggs, flour, and milk or water. A common English side dish, it is a versatile food that can be served in numerous ways depending on its ingredients, size, and accompanying components of the meal. As a first course, it can be served with onion gravy. For a main course, it may be served with meat and gravy, traditionally roast beef, as part of the traditional Sunday roast, but can also be filled with food such as bangers and mash to make a meal. Sausages can be added to make toad in the hole. In some parts of England, especially the Midlands, the Yorkshire pudding can be eaten as a dessert with a sweet sauce. The 18th century cookery writer Hannah Glasse was first to use the term Yorkshire pudding in print. Yorkshire puddings are similar to Dutch baby pancakes and to popovers, an American light roll made from egg batter. When wheat flour began to come into common use for making cakes and puddings, cooks in northern England, Yorkshire, devised a means of making use of the fat that dropped into the dripping pan, to cook the batter pudding while the meat roasted. In 1737, a recipe for a dripping pudding was published in Sir Alexander William George Casey's book, The Whole Duty of a Woman. Make a good batter as for pancakes. Put in a hot tosspan over the fire with a bit of butter to fry the bottom a little, and then put the pan and butter under a shoulder of mutton instead of a dripping pan, keeping frequently shaking it by the handle, and it will be light and savory, and fit to take up when your mutton is enough. Then turn it in a dish and serve it hot. I was waiting for the reaction to that. Similar instructions were published during 1747 in the book The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse, with the name Yorkshire pudding. It was she who renamed the original version, known as dripping pudding, which had been cooked in England for centuries, although these puddings were much flatter than the puffy versions made in modern times. William Sitwell suggests that the pudding got the name Yorkshire due to the region's association with coal and the higher temperatures this produced, which helped make the batter crisper. Yeah, you should make a clip of his book. Originally, the Yorkshire pudding was served as a first course with thick gravy to dull the appetite with the low-cost ingredients so that the diners would not eat so much more of the expensive meat in the next course. Man, this is a dish after my own heart. Because the rich gravy from the roast meat drippings was used with the first course, the main meat and vegetable course was often served with parsley or white sauce. In poorer households, the pudding was often served as the only course. Using dripping, a simple meal was made with flour, eggs, and milk. This was traditionally eaten with a gravy or sauce to moisten the pudding. The Yorkshire pudding is meant to rise. The Royal Society of Chemistry suggested in 2008 that a Yorkshire pudding isn't a Yorkshire pudding if it is less than 4 inches, 10 centimeters tall. Baking method. Oku, ride the DeFi wave. There is a better way to interact, Oni-chan. Try it out. Baking method. Yorkshire pudding is made by pouring a batter made from milk, flour, and eggs into hot beef dripping, lard, or other rendered fat, from which it gains its flavor. In a preheated baking pan, ramekins, or muffin tins in the case of miniature puddings, or baking in a hot oven. They can also be baked in cast iron frying pans or similar. A basic equal part batter recipe uses 200 milliliter flour and 200 milliliter milk with 4 eggs, also 200 milliliter. Sometimes a small quantity of baking powder is added to aid the pudding to rise during baking. Replacing the milk with water produces a lighter, crisper, but less sweet pudding. In 1926, recipe involves covering the pudding with a greaseproof paper to steam it and then serving it with jam, butter, and sugar. Yorkshire Pudding Day, National Yorkshire Pudding Day, has been celebrated on the first Sunday of February in Britain since 2007. It is celebrated on October 13th in the United States. So, Pro, and all the other Americans in chat, happy 2-day early Yorkshire Pudding Day. It was worth a try. Now, I feel if it's the milk, though. So I kind of feel like we have to have... kind of feel like we have to have dough. Huh. I mean, the other alternative is spicing, but that doesn't seem right either. Pro's eating a Dutch baby? You monster! Okay, so I really feel like the dripping is a key here. I've gone and done it. I'm using dough. The cake batter was down here. The other thing that I'm reflecting on, they are talking about a pan. The closest thing I have, I mean, I've got the knife I can use, but I don't really see how that contributes here. Dripping, not an appetizing name, but use it to make rich leek or onion soup with or without a knife. Or with or without a knife, use dripping to exalt potatoes to their full potential. Bottle of milk, mix in a bowl with flour to make dough or pour over meringue for a sweet dish celebrated at Claridge's. Almonds, add sugar and spice to make jumble. Crusty bread, use bread with a knife and mushrooms, ham, pilchards, or other savory things. Or add apples and spice for a classic English pudding. Eggs just have the usual description. Dough, mix with an egg in a bowl to make cake batter, or use to bake various delectable pies. For sweeter pies, you will want to use spices too. So I'll confess, this eludes me. I obviously over-relied on the game to sort of hold my hand in terms of cooking. So I am coming up short when it comes time to... The spices and the savory sounds very British. Anyway, I don't want to spend too much time on this. I just wanted to take a peek. We will handle that in the future. It was fun to read the article, though. I think we can probably sleep on this one for tomorrow. The skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. Memory's fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Alright. I don't think I need to wait for the weather to make some decisions today. I'm going to get a couple of things out of the way. So one, we will consider the box, because I do want to clear out the bridge. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters, or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. Alright, Crowcross Sands. We will do some beach combing. Gather in autumn. What has the sea seeded today? The moor, which we will hopefully find some apples and such. The last leaves toss and scutter. Okay, so I can actually start migrating the spices and savors. Now, we're not actually going to be committing this one. This was more me wanting to have a level 5 skill before I think I'm going to actually have to decide to break these up now. I'll work it out later. So in practical terms, I'm going to want 3 and then 4. So a total of 7. Doesn't have to be all at once. I can bring Mr. Kill in. I suppose one argument with Mr. Kill would be to try and get him to one of the rooms with Winter. I'm sure I have one of those. Yeah, 14 Winter. Okay, I'm going to take a quick second to work this out. So Whist is worth 2, brings us up to 4. So memory can be anywhere from 2 to 6, which means we're from 6 to 10. So preparation H is worth 4, so that brings us from anywhere between 10 to 14. And we need 14 here. So actually, this would definitely be a case where using the Wormwood Dream is justified. So speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Okay, so we'll set the Whist aside. Listen. Solomon's preparation. Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January, 1838, a heavy snow fell on Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left a resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. Am I not correct in calling it Preparation H? Preparation Husher. All right. So we may get some memories from Mr. Kill, but that's not going to be the main focus of him. We will read all the Forge and Nectar books I can get and then take it from there. So we'll read the Incandescent Tantra. There is actually, I believe that is related to a secret ending in the game. Okay, so we've got 2 of the 7 that I need. Three. Four. Okay, I have a slightly different approach that I'm going to take, but this will still work. In fact, if anything, I will have more than I need. But... Alright, those clouds don't really help me today, but... Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Alright, so... First of all, we'll chat with Whist. We'll watch for what lies ahead. Boosts Winter and Lantern. And I think I'm just going to get a head start, and we will... we'll add this to the Nocturnary and... get a Wormwood Dream. Recall a forgotten crime of Moon and Winter. Edicts Marshall with Scholar level Moon plus memory creates a Wormwood Dream. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Oh, nuts. I've got 39 seconds left on opening this thing, so I'm going to overwrite a whole bunch of my memories, and that's not what I wanted. So the original plan was I was going to take the Earth Sign and the Foresight to level up Spices and Savers, but I think they're all going to crash together. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. Yep, there they go. Hey, a Silver Spintria. Which apparently it won't let me combine. Alright, I'll take my lumps. The Incandescent Tantra. Michael Blockley, the eccentric iron magnate, was fond of quoting from this tantra. Blockley died in a factory fire. Dialogues with the entity called the Crucible Prince. The prince warns about the appetites of his mistress, the Burning Queen, and the peril of the naked desire she shares with the sun, but professes his loyalty nevertheless. A rite which changes is necessarily a rite which destroys, but a great change requires a destruction of savage extent. On the Winding Stair, Gregory Wheellock, the master mason and architect employed by Walter de Wolf to construct the Winding Stair and the guest chambers in Hush House, describes a more ambitious and dangerous project. Gregory marks the bricks of his roost-touched family home, Treowin, with Ramsund, hoping to open forbidden doors. Gregory evidently succeeds in opening a way to something he calls the Moon Hall, but here his account becomes erratic. He insists that in the Moon Hall, the Horned Axe is still an edge power. He hopes for an eternal rival, but cannot find one he needs. The narrative is increasingly interspersed with chess notations and ends abruptly. Codex Acephali, sometimes called the Book of the Clean Skull, the book contains accounts of enlightenments available through the gradual surgical removal of the lobes of the brain. It becomes clear that the processes described are mostly allegorical or metaphorical descriptions of winter techniques for less revolting occult work. Even the metaphors are pretty horrible, though. The author explains adaptations of these techniques, which, with sufficient winter aspect, to harvest mysterious substances known as the rags of the final bone from the remains of almost any animal. Durashu Quirkum. In English, the title translates roughly as The Account of the Oaks, but this is Nathaniel Darcy Evers' fascinating, if haphazard, survey of the occult properties of every tree he can find, not just oaks. In Persia, Taxus baccata, the yew is called Sorkdar, which is the red tree. There they had long understood the Grail root. In later times, the great king of Pontus had beehives set in the branches of the oldest of the female trees. The berries of the Pontine yew open the door to death, but the honey of their flowers opens a different door entirely. This was not the great king's Mithridate, but one who has suckled at the great yew fears poison no longer. Perhaps they should. Nathaniel is here distracted, however, by the toxic properties of certain inks. He does mention more usefully that the minor ink of Power Yew-Gall can be brewed through the rites of the roots with the assistance of the aspect nectar. And the Malachite Supplications, prayers addressed to the Malachite by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. If we should flourish not, let our enemies flourish, in that time when we are no more. One prayer describes how a strong degree of nectar aspect can be used with Lethe and Tridesma Hira rites to bring forth the last nectar of the last history, the living ink, the ink in secret. Okay, so that's it for the memories right now. Let's just turn this into some kind of improvement to spices and savors. Let's do regret and foresight and impulse. So I'm going to need 4 when all is said and done. So I've already got the pattern. Let's renew... So again, it's not super efficient, but I'm going to use the... I'm going to just draw out these memories on their own. So hindsight doesn't help me here. Again, it's Forge and Nectar. We've already got the pattern. Oh, hang on, but regrets helps. So 2 of 4. We can use Trist here. Three of 4, so I need 4 of 4. So Impulse will do this. Okay, so that gets me my I'm just going to take some notes here. So I've got my spices and savors for Ithistry. Did I already commit stitching and binding? We did. So next up is Meniscate Reflections in Preservation. Or alternatively something for Scolacosophy. Sorry, actually just give me a second here because it just occurred to me. Solutions and separations. Okay, cool. So I need Rose Forge and Lantern. Okay. Goods and narcotics. I'm thinking what I'm looking at here. My Skolakosophy. Yeah, so I needed Rose Forge and Lantern, and unfortunately none of these bring me to the level that I need. Okay, well that's life. Let's say... Okay, so what I should be working on next would be ideally memories that will get me a higher... So one of the things that I want to be working on now in terms of pursuing these branches on the Tree of Wisdoms, I'm sort of looking at this list here. So in terms of pursuing basically new aspects for me to level things up, if I go down the Bosk path, the final destination gets me Scale and Sky. If I go down the Preservation path, that gets me Heart and Moon. Birdsong will take me down a path for Grail and Nectar. Hang on a second. Okay. Horamachistry would be Sky and Lantern. Ithistry would be Moth and Knock. Skolakosophy, I haven't figured one out yet, but these would be covered by the others. Nyctodromy would give me Scale and Nectar, and Hushery would be Heart and Winter. So I've already got the Hushery up for the Heart and Winter. Nyctodromy, I'm actually pretty close. Horamachistry is actually quite tempting for a number of reasons. I can't really do Ithistry. Okay, so I think I'm going to focus on Nyctodromy and Horamachistry for the next little bit. Because the funny thing about my Preservation path is that because it puts me down a path for Heart and Moon, it doesn't do as much as I immediately need. So, what this will translate to in practical terms, we still want to level up spices and savors. So we'll do that with the metal. So the next one on the list, again, if I'm going to be focusing on, it's a question in terms of Bosk or Horamachistry. I have a weak preference for Horamachistry in this case. The next one on the list would be Sacralamea. That's a Moth and Sky. So one thing that'll make my life easy would be if I just take one of these higher level books up here, find something that'll give me sort of the Moth and the Sky. So Manner in Which the Alchemist Despaired would be a good example of that. I wonder if I can pull that off, actually. So because that one has a vac, we would need... So we need vac here. I can bring it up to 10. I would need a 3 forge memory, which I currently don't have. Each flame has its fuel. Now that I could take the Sky to turn it into something. But I don't have a really high Sky memory right now. The Big Blue Business, Pyroglyphics, Forge and lantern, so that doesn't help me. This has moth, though. So, Inam Capingling per Garki Crippus. The challenge here is that I've got 7 moth to bring to bear on that. 9, 12. There's an outside chance. Yeah, some of these are a little tricky for me. Okay, so I think these are maybe a little too ambitious. So let's go back to something simpler. Especially too because we're near the end of the day too, so I don't want to have too many memories to work with in the end. So now resurgences and emergences is not really one that I need to use a whole lot. We've already committed it. So this might be ideal now that I think of it. Okay, I think I know what I'm doing. So we'll use the Tryst with transformations and liberations. That brings us up to 9. Then we get 10 with the shears. And actually we can use the occult scrap right away, so I think I'll do that. I can master this mystery, enough moth to match mystery moth. Now, I am going to want to make sure that I take care of both levels. So that'll be 3 and 4 moth when all is said and done. So total of 7. We will set aside 2 Faust for that. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we've got more than enough. Plus, of course, whatever we get from Mr. Kill, but that's, again, not a major priority right now. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So, last step is to give him Solomon's preparation. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. So in 30 seconds, we'll get a memory generator. And we've got plenty of time in the day, so I don't need to spend too much time stressing out about what memories I'm adding in at what point. Although I should maybe double check. Yes, we should have what we need. Okay, we've got a yew blank, wood sacred to the Malachite, who is also called the ring yew, but also the tree that the dead pass in the dark. It actually also occurred to, you know what, we're going to put that on the bridge for now. And you are going into the drink. It did occur to me that I can sniff the plant, and I may be able to keep one of the impulses for the next level up. I'm not quite ready to give that up yet. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Yeah, I really do need to clean this up at some point, but when something is given to the sea, it rarely returns, although of course I did. And let us hope it is equally possible to forget this again. Now at some point I would like to read the paper to get the occult scrap back, but that's not the major priority right now. Okay, so at the end of the day we're going to take the time to open up the charred chamber. But for now, we're going to chat with Mr. Kill to see what memories we can get from him. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. And then, of course, we'll see where we're sitting with memories at the end of the push for Spices and Savors. The key with Spices and Savors, though, is that this is not necessarily something that I want to commit to the Tree of Wisdoms right away. The Barrowchild's Elegies. The Barrowchild, a Gaulish adept who won a place in the ranks of the Ordo Lamea, enumerates the great shadows laid to rest in the tombs of power and discusses their various conditions. The Barrowchild identifies numerous modes that are neither true death nor true life: the vitrification of the heart, the corrupt light of the wood, core stasis, the wandering of the fet. The Barrowchild warns particularly of the avidity of tryst, where a remnant shadow's longing for change survives its sense of self and even devours its wist. That longing may draw the curious into the tomb, where the remnant shadow changes so that it cannot be distinguished from its visitor, or that the reverse becomes true, and that it is never again possible to say whether it is the shadow or the visitor that exits the tomb. A true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house. Descriptions of the Asclepian mysteries reproduced by one Riley Gressa from supposedly a much older text. It's unlikely to be genuine, but it makes a reference to the house without walls and its wood right there in the prologue. This is very obviously not an antique text. At the very least, it has been badly mutilated, but it contains substantial intriguing material, especially a persuasive comparison of the house without walls, without doors, to the human body with its many portals. The direction of death is down, the book explains. The peacock door has always been considered a rent or an abrasion, but in some respects it is more like a mouth, if not a more treasured point of entry. Discussions of the doors include a rite which may conjure creatures through those doors, though key incantations are missing. And again, to sort of reiterate something we were talking about with Beth Kinda Sorta, remember how we talked about how the Thunderskin was sacrificed and came through that most abominable of doors, the Peacock Door? Well, now we've got another reference to the Peacock Door and another comparison to it. Is it something that you can sort of take to the bank and say, I completely understand everything about the Mansus now? Not really, but it's a bit of an example in terms of how even just the course over me doing other things, right? Trying to get a memory so that I can level up a particular skill. And because we sort of planted a few flags in terms of ideas that were presented, I mean, really, it was just that was what was available to be discussed when we were talking about sort of the Seven Coiled, because that was a book that I'd recently read, and so on and so forth. But we're starting to sort of have a few little things where maybe we'd start drawing some lines in our notebook. And this is, I hope, the point where people go from, I can never get this stuff. And I do sometimes note, I don't regularly read the subreddit, but I do notice every once in a while there's sort of a wave of people who will say, how did you guys learn the lore? And there's a few different ways, right? There's a lot of, there are 3 community wikis for this game. There is the Cultist Simulator wiki, there is the Book of Hours wiki, and then there's actually a specific wiki for the Secret Histories. So the Secret Histories isn't tied to a specific game, it's tied to the setting. So this would mean any information through Cultist Simulator, Book of Hours, the expansions for these games, for The Lady Afterwards, which is the tabletop experience, and then also I believe it would include some of the things from the Enigmas. So the one thing that I say is, for me, a lot of the enjoyment is just putting in the effort to do this or figure this out myself. And then I always have that feeling too, I think probably the community is going to be more knowledgeable about the game than I am. But I also remember, when I read Wikipedia, there are those times when I'll be reading the article and it's something that I know a thing or two about, and I doubt it. And, I'll put a comment in the talk section, and sure enough, it turns out that's not correct. So I can remember, the Schumpeter article basically it's like, wow, this sounds almost like a perfect quote. So perfect that I kind of doubt that this is a real thing. And, you go and you take a look at the source, and sure enough, it's not there. I'm usually pretty soft in terms of the recommendation. So I'll usually say, hey, the cited source doesn't have this. Are we certain that this was said? And, every once in a while, somebody will actually say, hey, thanks for pointing that out. It's not in that reference, but if you look at this other reference, there's a quote that's similar to this idea. So, I've changed the article accordingly, and that's fine, right? In this case, that's a lesser problem because in the end, the same idea was communicated by the individual in question. The ones that worry me more are the ones where they're just completely fabricated quote. Like there's so much stuff. If you go on basically any site, there's sites dedicated to quotes, and they never actually cite the source. This is the point where Prosciutto Fist is screaming at her. Sorry, I feel I've been singling you out a lot today, Pro. I did. That's not intentional. It's just apparently you've been doing a lot of the history stuff, so you're top of mind. But you get a second shout out for that. Please do check out Prosciutto Fist's channel, by the way. She does do Book of Hours, but there has been a lot of... she's been doing weekly history streams lately, and they're really something that I think a lot of you will enjoy. So, but anyways, yeah, like, you'll actually... Here's a perfect example. Just let me... good Plato quotes. I'm actually trying to remember. Oh boy. Okay, so unfortunately, half of this stuff is not actually Plato. So what I was hoping to do, there's a couple of these sites where like they'll put together things and they'll be really nice quotes and they'll be like nice sentiments and such, but they absolutely are not found. Like Plato is really bad for this one. I also tend to find that Mark Twain is like a magnet for misattribution. So I believe Mark Twain has written to someone, I didn't have time to write you a short letter, so here's a long one instead, or some version of that. But I believe it was Blaise Pascal who originally wrote that. Now, I'm going to assume that Twain was probably intentionally quoting that, but anyways, the big thing is like some of these like don't have any, in that one you at least have something that the author wrote down. A lot of these times they'll just be quotes, and because someone didn't want, maybe thought it would travel further if they put a famous name to it. Oh yeah, there's actually one, Albert Einstein saying that like humanity would be extinct in 4 years if bees vanished from the face of the earth. He never said that, but man, you can find that all over the internet. Maybe not all over the internet. Maybe if you're just someone who searches bees a lot, you find that on the internet. But anyway, so like you have that experience, you have something that you have some knowledge about, and you see how the wiki format can sometimes be corrupted by someone doing, not doing the work, right? Not properly citing the sources. And it can happen a lot more than you think, right? I really do recommend, if you do wind up like doing Wikipedia for some research, like it is actually really helpful to go through those citations and verify them. Because if nothing else, the article gets better, right? It may not necessarily help your research project, but it's a way of sort of giving back to something that you're clearly getting some benefit from. But with that in mind, right, like it's really exciting to contribute to community wikis and things like that. But if this is what happens for a global encyclopedia, then what happens in terms of the community resource, right? How do I verify that what it is saying is correct. Now, again, the primary drive for me is usually just wanting to sort of take the time and enjoy the material myself. But for people who aren't necessarily inclined towards that sort of effort, there are existing resources, right? The Cultist Simulator wiki, the Book of Hours wiki, and if you like the setting, the Secret Histories wiki, which specifically combines the different games together. But yeah, I don't know. Like sometimes also just taking the time to look things up, right? So the concept of intercalate is not unique to the setting. It's obviously a very specific event that's being referred to. But the name has meaning, particularly when you consider all of the other entities being spoken of in the game. Ibn al-Adim is a historical figure. You can look him up. And when this particular individual does not have the mortal aspect attached to him in Cultist Simulator, that tells you something. And there's sometimes some value in just seeing that stuff. And of course, that's what makes the Salons so interesting, right? You get to learn a little more fragments of the world in the game. And so I've often found, again, the favorite for me in terms of learning it is not to try and be like, I don't know how much of this stuff is really related to smarts. I think you have to probably be pretty smart to write this stuff, right? Because you need all this, you need all the material, and you need to be able to do the research and have it sort of be coherent, and just be something that is worth people spending all this time working on. But to be able to understand it, it's really just a question of being patient enough and maybe attentive enough to sort of follow your curiosity where it goes, being comfortable to not necessarily have all the answers immediately available to you at all times, but to just sort of know that spending the time and spending the effort to sort of go through things and make a note when you want to know more or when you want to pay attention to things, I actually think you can go a long way with that. And that way you don't necessarily need to rely on the other resources are there. Although, again, I never want to talk them down. It's just, obviously you can't say rely on the wiki if you're the very first person to play a game, right? Someone had to figure that out, first of all. So if you want to be someone who is figuring that stuff out, that's an approach that you can take that lets you go through. And, again, I think these are complementary approaches, right? You read the wiki, but you use that and then you say, oh, that seems interesting. I'll pay attention to that next time. And then you take a look and you can say, okay, yeah, I ran into something that confirms this view, or no, that didn't actually work out. Because definitely I got the chancel wrong when I first ran into it. And that was largely just I wanted things to be a certain way and they weren't. So anyways, the War of the Roads, 1451 to 1551. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in history other than our own, in detail, from its beginnings as a martial philosophical dispute between the dawn and sunset roads of alchemy to a war which ravaged half of Europe. How's the DLC with the way you play? I mean, the only thing about it is that because I play quite slowly, I wind up in a situation where I have fewer inspired individuals, which means that I found the Lighthouse Institute rather late, and I don't have as many further stories to play around with. But that's, I still like playing the game the way this does, and the Salons give me lots of things to do. They give me a lot of lessons learned, so there's a reason for me to commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms faster. I love hearing this well-thought-out discourse, and you're just playing Power Wash Simulator in the background. Well, what you need to do, if you like, as a feminist, I really like the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. So what you need to do is make the sign of the triple knot in the dirt on the. Although, of course, in reality, for me, it would be the Unconquered Sun. So you can put the Sol Invictus symbol on on the building. It is not now widely believed that the sons and daughters of the Red Rose were forged into immortals. Understandably, they are, after all, now all long dead. The forge itself devoured the greatest among them. The royalty of England, according to Willisford, became the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame, destroying or transforming their enemies, conquering Europe, establishing grand cathedrals to St. Spark. The alliance with the Forge begins to take its toll. At last, the Bronze King undergoes his great misfortune and great debasement, and is afterwards known as the Copper King. His attempt to cheat the Forge ends badly. The Leashed Flame is released, and the King's heirs are merely mortal sovereigns. It's an ongoing sort of joke that I have with Prosciutto Fist. I think it's because in Disco Elysium, one of your dialogue options to you run into like a cafe manager who I think asked out one of his employees, and you start interrogating him about it, and one of your options is it's something like, I'm a feminist, this makes me really mad. And so since Pro has gotten that dialogue option, I essentially will invoke feminism anytime I want to get mad about something. And so, yeah, and in this case here, especially having explained to her what women's suffrage is, I figured I would also say, as a feminist, I like the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot, and also it makes me mad. Actually, there's a book about that. Where is it? Against the Sisterhood of the Knot and the foulness of their depraved customs, Hieronymus Pseudo-Hypnerotomachus wrote this furious screed about the sinister influence of the Sisterhood of the Knot on his own Church of the Unconquered Sun. Watchful potted plant. Not everything needs eyes. The sense of awareness persists, but the plant remains immobile, unsettling but harmless. It doesn't even have thorns. Okay, so I think we are ready for some levels. I want to keep so remembering that we're going to level up Sacra Lamea. I want to keep the moth if I can. And we will put, oops. So satisfying to have come so far. Improve the skill to level 5. Now hopefully we're already reading the book. Yes, okay. So the good news here is that with Sacra Lamea, because it's a sky memory, or because it has sky, we can read all of the we can read all of the books, or the books with music. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. I'm going to need to level it up twice. I'm going to keep one spare just in case. Whist it is. So that's 3, and then a confounding parable also. Also gets me a sky that I can work with. Okay, so that's 4. At the very least, that covers me for the first level and then a little bit more. Okay, so hindsight doesn't help. Fear doesn't help. Foresight, fear, storm, stolen secrets, patterns, storms, intuitions, regrets, confounding parables, contradictions. Foresight, gossip, solved, nope. Glimmering, nope. Bittersweet certainties, nope. Impulses we'll already have. Savage hymns we're getting. Earth signs doesn't help. Solace, revelation, and satisfaction. Okay, so the reasons why I didn't go for the ones that gave me moth or nectar in those lists is those are all things that Mr. Kill can give me. So we're at a point here where I can just sort of sit back and wait for the existing memories to come in, and we'll see where we are with Mr. Kill. And again, the key to this really is that I want to make sure that all of the memories have been dealt with before the end of the day. We should be crossing over into winter. So I don't want to have... Ideally, I would avoid having any leftovers. This may mean that I spend a little bit less time, doing... opening vegetables or doing cooking or something like that, but overall, I think it's the right call. The sooner I can get I can get some of this stuff resolved, the faster I can do some cooking. And then what we'll do is we'll just prep for the next salon. Although, as we learned, it's not the end of the world if I don't trigger it first thing. I'm trying to remember the senses. So sight is lantern, touch is forge, taste is grail. Sound is heart, and smell is nectar. So we don't have anything that I can apply to my current task. We'll just wait it out. And if I can, I'd like to read Just Verse before the end of the day, but that's a nice to have rather than an essential. All right, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. The Wind's Ruin, the second volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. Abbot Thomas speaks of his time as a raider, when his name was not Thomas but Toke, scything the sea, striving for plunder. Abbot Thomas clearly regrets his storm years, and much of the book is taken up with his thoughts on penitence. But there are hints that he also misses those years, and the companionship of his sword brother, ship brother, Trygeave. Beguiling melody, a sweet enchantment of a song. So we definitely want this, the impulse at the front of the queue. The Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Alopoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. For 4 years since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Alopoli served as Strathcoyne's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, "I still think Fraser's intentions are good, certainly he agrees, but I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He was never prepared to enlighten me, and good intentions or not, I can no longer bear this dream of eyes. We've agreed to part almost amicably." Alopoli left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of his journal is concerned with his studies of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are of widely varying quality. One of the better ones, In the Marshes of Night, suggests he had visited the site of old Lake Fucinus near Ortuccio. The Geminiad Volume 3, a fragile manuscript illuminated with twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language Fucine is much older. Coral decorates its cover, and its page edges are sharp enough to slash a throat. These pages outline the nature and the doctrines of an hour that demands the union of what has been separated, an hour that is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon, the witch and sister. The language is elusive, enigmatic, intricate. It'll take some untangling. The third volume of the Geminiad reminds us that the witch and sister has been known to manifest as the sister and witch, and that this face may heal while the other face is always hungry. It implies connections between the witch and sister and the hours of the wood, especially the secret keeper called the Velvet, but it is ambiguous on whether the witch and sister is a wood hour proper, and it speaks at length about the sadness of the two who are one, the sadness that remains from their time as flesh. So there's the two resurgences and emergences I'm going to work with. I do not know the memory, though. So I guess this is going to go beside just verse in the I want to know again. Sure. It is written, Musgrave, fourth of the DeWolf line, writes tentatively about the Covenant of Brankrug and the legacy of the sacred inks he calls Incasta Potentialia. As the light passeth through a prism into many colors, so the great inks separateth into the lesser inks, and the lesser inks into the inks minor. Musgrave coyly refuses to talk of the great inks, or else refuses to admit he doesn't know much about them. He insists that Ugol and Stargol, which can be mixed with sufficient nectar or sky aspect, are sufficient for most befitting purposes. Unhatched hymns. Hymns attributed to St. Lucia the Eyeless, patron of glassworkers and name of the hour called Meniscate. The hymns venerate every sanctioned hour, celebrating them as the sun undivided, but also suggesting that each hour may become the next, madrigad to watchman, watchman to wolf, and so on. The hymn of the phases celebrates the Meniscate, from whom we do not turn, for the truth which is beauty, the beauty which is truth, and the perfect balance between the two. The hymn of reflections, more puzzlingly, celebrates the Meniscate as the sister of Janus, mother of shadow, whose visage wondrous in emptiness can reveal all truths. Okay, so first things first, let's get the items leveled up that we want leveled up. That's going to be Sacralimea. So we will take the Faust. We will take the Resurgences and Emergences lesson. We definitely take the Impulse in this case. We will take the Confounding Parable. And might as well go for a Savage Hymn. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Improve the skill to level 4. I am glad that you I don't know if there's a specific or like I don't actually know if there's a specific order of events or triggers, but it's one of these things where it's just sort of like, they'll figure it out. They'll see it. I trust Weather Factory to write this in a way that that has the good stuff happen. Okay, so we've got we're leveling this thing up to 4, so we need 2 more memories. So I'll use the Shapt, the Metal, I guess I can use a Fet. Well, I only need 2 though, so. Okay, so the right approach here is to leave these. As I can actually, okay. Hang on a minute. The Shapt I can use now because I don't use that for anything else anyway. So that we will use for a Confounding Parable. I'll leave a health aside in this case. Tryst at Crowcross Sands. Oh, in your Power Wash Simulator? Did you make sure to put all sorts of occult symbols on the playground so that the parents can talk about the terrible influences on the children? Okay, so I would like to prepare for the next salon. So let's think about. So we've got Peter Igdistis, Connie Lee, Wakefield, Serena Blackwood, and the Kills. Okay, I gotta clean up my my notes here. So I do get to recycle a little bit in terms of, so Peter Igdistis, Connie Wakefield. So it's really just Serena Blackwood and the Kills that are the... So for Serena Blackwood, she would have... I wrote all this down. Forge, food, and drink. Okay. So let's make sure we host it somewhere we can have 5 guests. Yep, this is good. I feel the refectory is a good place to... place to host it this time. So I'm going to take a minute here. I'm wondering if I do something clever in Excel, if it will reward me. Okay. Okay, so I'm thinking a boiled egg and a stargazy pie is a good combination here, because boiled egg will have heart, winter, and sky. Stargazy pie will have forge, heart, and winter. So... so now we're looking at side dishes. So the roast potatoes give us forge, heart, and winter as well. Which leaves us with a pudding. So of the puddings, so the baked pear meringue is a slightly tempting one. Yeah, I think I'm going to do the baked pear meringue. And then I wonder what I can do with the marrow. Actually, a stuffed pale marrow would not go wrong. But I think what I'm going to do... got acrid, dark, golden, and pale. Oh, maybe I have got a golden then. Anyways, I think I'm gonna do a marrow as well. Okay, so now that I've got the game plan for okay, why did I not touch the right, I remember now. I think I'm gonna put this back up, put this one down here. So let's try and make the different things that I want to make for the salon. And again, it's going to be, we're going to clear out these and we're going to replace it with the food we want to serve at the salon. In fact, let's just move these out of the way. Why do I even... oh, okay, no, we can... chair pie. Pickled mackerel. I might have room if I move the egg. Nope. What about the mushroom meringue? Abominable. Okay, that's tough. Very important the mushroom meringue find a home. Never hurts to try and find an edge for some of this stuff. All right. Let's see if we can find a little more space here. Yeah, here we go. Not feeling so optimistic on this placement, though. Well, I guess we have all the free space down below here, so... Actually, yeah, okay. Let's, we're gonna rearrange the, pantry a little bit. Ideally, finished foods will be somewhere else. Preferably in the serving areas, but not exclusively. So I apologize. I realize inventory management is not exactly the most exciting to watch. But I have an opportunity to finally bring some sanity back to the back to the run. All right, it's a start. Well, it was worth a try. Okay, so first obvious step is to boil an egg. Stargazy pie. That one requires dough and pilchards. Make Stargazy pie, a dish with forge heart, moon, nectar, rose, scale, and winter. Roast potatoes. So I can probably take one of those out of the... Yeah, we'll keep them there. God, I'm trying to even remember where I put the roast potatoes. I know I tucked a couple away in the guest chambers, but all right. The meringue's going to be a little tricky to put together, but we can manage. And again, the hope here is that Mr. Kill gives me something like a Solace or a Storm or a Impulse. And if not, we'll just use the Fet, the Health, or the Core to generate one of those memories, but we still have time. The skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. Really likes the gossip. The Moon's Egg, the third and last volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. Thomas speaks of the coming death he hears in the sound of the waves, but rejoices that his blood will water the egg of the moon, by which he seems to mean the future. The last chapter was dictated, not written, by Abbot Thomas. When Thomas's old sword brother Trygeave returned to raid the abbey, Thomas had broken his monastic oaths and taken up arms to defend the abbey. The two had both been mortally wounded. Thomas's last words are, "The wheel turns, the moon sleeps." So I don't think I want to wait the 14 seconds for Mr. Kill. I will use this to cook. Well, okay, let's see what goes on. So, Stargazy pie, we will put that In here. Are they going to make me put it in a weird spot? Okay, fine. Roast potato. Oh, we should, I should be reading these. So, we are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. Wild Lady Windermere's fan. Boil an egg. Neatly packaged nutrition, pale as December dawn. I did remove them the first time I did it, but I think if I serve tea, I should be able to fit everything in. Okay. I could risk waiting the 14 seconds, but honestly, I think just reading a book is sufficient, so... So the rest of this is going to be... the rest of this is going to be cooking. Oh, also getting the marrow, I suppose. Identify as a marrow. This is a marrow. Promising. I can make the meringue first. Hang on. It's also occurred to me that I really need more eggs. Make meringue, an ingredient for a higher purpose. So if Mr. Kill gives us a memory that we need, so much the better. We just use it faster. Ooh, pale marrow. That is helpful. In Brankrug, they take marrows seriously. This is a marrow redolent of sorrow. Bake a pale stuffed marrow, a dish with heart, nectar, and winter. Hindsight doesn't help me, but we'll keep talking. Oh, this is good. I only had one set of those. Bridge rosehips. And this will just toss to the sea. All the gossip. I don't know if I'm going to have this or no, hang on. I can still use the meringue. Yeah. There's a reason I keep a spare. Where's my spare meringue? If I didn't keep my spare meringue, I'm going to be very unhappy. Well, that's a shame. I'm gonna double check here. So the meringue, I believe, should have heart and winter aspect. So just take a second and look for anything flashing with that aspect. I'm thinking it's a lost cause. I doubt that I would have a surplus meringue that I kept far away from the action, but well, shucks. Lesson learned. I think I'm going to use this in the sweet bones, though. So is the right call if... Yeah, okay, so Night has Fallen, Dawn will come soon. This means I wouldn't have been able to use it overnight. Hello, Index Gnome. We're actually just getting ready to wrap up before too long, probably at the end of the season. But it's always good to see you. Singlefoot Songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Huashan, near the Grove of Green Immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relations with the Grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests causes harm only when so invited. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices, powerful enough to open the mountain. The Singlefoots sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. So what I'm going to do here is I do want to see what Mr. Kill gives us in 13 seconds. There's the meringue. Add to milk for a legendary dessert, or with spicing, add to apples or pears, even to mushrooms if you're feeling perverse. That was basically an invitation for trouble as soon as they said if you're feeling perverse. But yeah, we'll see what Mr. Kill gives before we finish. So. Stuffed pale marrow. This was a marrow redolent of sorrow. Now it's a dish to comfort the damned. An impulse. Okay. I'm going to keep the confounding parable. So if we take Sacralamea, should be able to add these three. Use the Faust. And last but not least, and I'm kind of glad I got to do this while Osmond wasn't here, because this is one of the big reveals. The charred chamber, the iron door here stands ajar, but it still glows faintly red, even after all these years. This is not a natural heat, and there is no entirely natural way to quell it. And we will sleep on the confounding parable. Okay, so we have one more dish to make for the salon. Then we have the drinks to prepare as well. Although if we go for teas, that's not that hard to do. I'm wondering if I move the egg over. Yeah, it's more or less the same, but The skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. I should be able to move these things up as well. It's very weird that I'm making this accommodation for the inks. I'm trying to remember where I'm putting Sacralamea. That will go... That'll become level 6 eventually. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So what we're going to do here, we'll just wait to see what the... We'll see what the day brings. Okay, storm. And then I should actually see the transition to the next season. There we go. Alright, so current affairs. What is happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? So we've bought ourselves some time here. I don't want to spend too much more time on this because, you know, I do need to go to bed. It's already been an hour and a half past the usual time, but it is a chance for me to catch up on some tasks, seeing as we don't have Enuma to worry about. So the kitchen jail, I'm going to use that meringue. So I believe I said it was going to be the pear meringue. And spicing. Bake a pear meringue, a dish with forge, grail, moon, nectar, and winter. I'm not going to worry about the letters right now, although I do want to get on those before too long. What might be interesting to do is get the skills committed if I have ones that I haven't put in yet. I think the sickle and eclipse at least should be handled. Yeah. And then I need to find another moth or sky to work with. So I think the weaving and not working would actually work for this, the ceaseless tantra. I'm sure I had other plans for that, but in this case I think we'll just hijack it for my current purposes. So for that we'll go Shapt. Alright, I can master this mystery, enough heart to match mystery heart. We'll set aside the Faust. We'll need 5 memories when all is said and done, although I'm probably not going to play through it tonight. We will want to talk to one of the visitors about what's going on, so I probably want to just leave that be. I'm almost certainly going to want more eggs, so we will start with a chat with Terrence. Time with a beastie. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. And even though it's a storm, and even though it's winter, we are going to go out and do some fishing and go out to the moor. Rhyme rims the moor tarns. Alright. And What do I want to do? I guess I can reach into the vegetable sack again. The reason I want to do that is because I need to feed the chicken. So identify as a marrow. This is a marrow. Promising. Maybe I should be doing pumpkins at this point. Okay. That's that. Teas for the salon would not be a bad idea. I must go. I have to run deliveries for work tomorrow morning. Thanks for the stream. No problem, Prosciutto Fist. I think I'll probably be wrapping up a few minutes after you go anyway, but I figure it's not bad for you not to know what's in that room up there, seeing as you'll be playing this yourself. So thank you very much for hanging out. Again, for those of you that haven't seen her or are not already following her, Prosciutto Fist streams very regularly, has been doing history streams every Wednesday, does stream Book of Hours, and a really fun... I think you've got to see a bunch of this is present inside of the chat, but just a really fun streamer, somebody I'm very happy I found through Book of Hours, but certainly is more than just a Book of Hours streamer, and really is actually at her best when she's streaming with friends like Viridian and Meggy Moo, but someone who also can hold a stream on her own. So anyways, please do enjoy her channel. Best of luck at work tomorrow. Wait, work tomorrow? Oh man, it's a weekend. Anyways, rest well, Prosciutto Fist. We will see you next time. All right, Dark Marrow. Out of here. Pumpkin time. Oh yeah, that you run that bakery where like you don't pay people, right? Have a good night. Also, because we can identify as potatoes, I really should stop buying those. Right, this is a pumpkin. Marvelous. I actually don't need any more for the chickens. So, last step for today, we are committing some things to the Tree of Wisdoms. So, first of all, Sickle and Eclipse, Salt and Silver, Balance, Necessity, and Rebuke. Words to walk by. Unwise words unlocked unwise doors. We can use nice words to lock them. This is a matter of Nyctodromy. Okay, so that was Nyctodromy. Sickle and Eclipse is handled, so Edict's Liminal is next up on the list. This is going to take some effort. Inks of Power should be committed already, as should Bells and Braziaries. But Sacralamea is not yet, well, because it's not level 6, so never mind. Spices and Savors we're not committing to Ithistry yet. Bosk, Herbs and Infusions is committed. Applebright Euphonies, not yet level 6. Birdsong we haven't worked out in ordering yet. Skolokosophy we haven't worked out in ordering yet. And okay, Hushery Inks of Revelation is next on the list. That's certainly a very creative choice on my part, seeing as I think I originally said I didn't want to I didn't want to put this too high on the list. Anyways, the choice has been made. The best I could do would try and... well, actually, you know what? We can... If it's an Ithistry one, so spices and savors is Bosk. Oh, I am double booked on Ithistry. But the good news is yes, I also overloaded it, so P and E. Purifications and exaltations. Okay. So purifications and exaltations becomes 7 now. So yeah, unless I want to work through the Sacralamea, I don't think I have anything else to commit to the Tree of Wisdoms. But I will maybe on my own time try and work out the ordering for the rest of these. At some point, I also need to make a decision as to whether I want to put Crack Track at the preservation or illumination. However, I also think that might not be a bad one to wait for a Numa for. We'll see. I'm not really settled one way or another. But when we come back, because it is going to be a few days, it'll be actually 1 week from now for the next stream. There's a few things on the agenda. So number one, I want to finish preparing for the salon and inviting everyone. Now that won't be that hard for me to do. So, you know, the food's basically there. It's not that hard to pour drinks. I suppose there's a reasonable question as to whether or not I want to, I want to try and get more elements of the soul. So far, that hasn't hurt me, but certainly there are situations in which I will need more than just the memories that, or the elements of the soul that I currently have if I get unlucky in a couple of runs. But I kind of value having lots of lessons to work with more than more than waiting for a perfect salon. Like, I think it's more interesting to just do stuff as opposed to wait for the perfect salon. So we'll probably do that earlier in the season. I should read the description. So, the Crucible Tower Interview Laboratory. When a prisoner resisted all other interventions, callers would bring him here to test and refine their worth. His successes might be transferred to Zurich or turned over to the Legion de Seul to earn their humanity, or even at least once released, but his successes were not numerous. Here at last is where the fire began and where it ended. When the power below the prison was released, it came here to interview callers. Perhaps it intended to put him in his own device, but it seems there was not nearly enough left of him for that. So, this has black sapphire wash, the color perhaps of the doors of the House of the Moon, phosphorescent scrapings rendered inert but still luminous, heart in a jar, an offering, or an exhibit. Regensburg Balm, an invaluable herbal cure introduced to Hush House by the physician Natan after his exile from Regensburg. I feel like this is just them being sarcastic. Libidic tincture, much more potent preparation, can be extracted from the remains of a labite, but labites generally frown on this technique. Please refrain from smoking is also a nice touch. Wolf Snow Ampule, far too cold to melt in anything but the hottest noonday sun. It will very gradually consume human flesh. Gideon Soaks, a therapeutic collection of beneficial bottles. Condignator, the terrible heart of the governor's terrible project. And there you have it. So, the Cooker bit is where all the fun lore stuff happens. Okay, but yeah, so we'll open up some rooms. That's, again, more of a nice to have, just given that there's so many other things that I can be doing. But yeah, I think priority number 1 is getting the salon ready. Priority number 2, leveling up the skills that I think I can meaningfully traverse the Tree of Wisdoms with. And part of that is just so I can start clearing out some of these books. As you can see, I'm getting a little bit of a collection over in this study. I actually wonder if there's room for me to... 10. I think I can make this work. So 10, 8, 8, 10, 6, 12. Ooh. There must be order. So originally this was going to go to things like Sickle and Eclipse, but the plans sort of changed. Doesn't mean we're not going to use these. It just means that I don't have the same urgency to use them. They all fit in a nice tidy little spot. There's a slight priority to try and read some of these, just because they do unpack a whole bunch of lessons. But again, not an urgent need. But yeah, so Salon, get that as soon as I can. Where it is meaningful to do so, level up certain skills and commit them to the Tree of Wisdoms. Now, again, the priority I want to give is anything that will allow me to read more books is the one that's sort of the real point of interest here. And then I guess the last step is to wait for Oriflammes, given that we have a gold Spintria and we no longer need any more languages. We have all of them. So, oh, also, Matter and Deeds of Serpents. No room. I should at some point also read, where was it? Just Verse and the Gemini Volume 3. I'll file those away at some point. But I will do that next week. So thank you everybody for hanging out and watching. We are October 11th. I know I've said this a few times, but I'm going to probably take Monday off for Thanksgiving. I will be doing the regular recording for Book of Hours, like the YouTube series. That will be happening this weekend, so I should have proper half-hour episodes. What happened to the continue button? I should have proper half-hour episodes starting Monday, so Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week. The Steam streams are now on YouTube for those of you that were looking for the Book of Hours launch stream. And then on Wednesday, I'm at the local Game Dev Collective. And then Friday, I will be back with more Book of Hours. Finally, let's see who is online. Apparently, Twitch doesn't want to show me who's online. Okay. We have a few people, but I see... Let's just take a look here. Revive Snow is actually doing miniatures and models, and it's been a while since I have raided them, so I'm going to raid Revived Snow. This is actually a pretty interesting stream. So Revive Snow is both a camless and mic-less broadcaster. They use text-to-speech. It's a really interesting sort of setup that they have, and I do know that they're Canadian, so I always like to sort of host fellow Canadians. Also, just I think it's a unique stream that I think would be interesting for people to check out, see if it's their thing. We also have Kilgore Trout and Will Shand online tonight, but of course I only have one opportunity to raid, so it's going to be Revive Snow. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. For the Canadians, happy Thanksgiving. For the Americans, happy pre-Thanksgiving. I'll see you all in about a week. Until then, take care.